Hello, hello everyone. Ace just posted. Morning, afternoon.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Are you thinking of taking shots?
Yeah, I'm waiting for... So it finally broke that level that we were looking at last
How about
night.
the break of the previous 30-minute low?
Nah, don't need to.
What exactly are you looking for?
So now this candle broke below this support, right? On the 30. So I'm just waiting for this candle to close bearish. So it already rejected the zone on top here. So now we just need to wait for this one to close. And then we can take it down to the daily 136.
What if it closes like, you know, go back?
If it goes back in, it should have gone back in already.
No, I mean, I'm not go back in. I mean, like, what if it just
go
to the 30-minute? Yeah, what if it goes like this? Go closer to the web prices? Yeah, what if it goes like this? What if it goes...
Then I'll miss it again.
Oh, it is what it is.
Yep. So the thing is, on the left, right? Even on the 1 minute, so it's kind of clean already on the left. So it could also fall because it's already broke. It's still at this support here. So if you see this area here,
yeah, I got that marked.
Yeah, it's still holding this support here. So if it falls, then 136, here we come. Hopefully it doesn't go without us again. Yeah. So we'll see. If it goes, then oh well. So if you're afraid you'll miss it, then definitely impulse entries, but it's gonna be risky.
I feel it's too early.
Yeah, because it might, if you take the impulse entry, you might just fill this wick and then it go back up again.
Yeah, go back up again. GJ is looking very bearish today.
Yeah.
But daily. Ugh.
Yep.
I feel like it won't go further than 13600.
It'll have problems at that area.
Yeah.
All the daily wicks. Yeah, correct. So once if it breaks, right, then let's see where 500 is. I think 500 is the next daily level.
Yo, we need AJ to hunt out those order blocks.
He's not on yet.
Ooh. We got time.
Yeah, it's like a almost 30 pip range. Candle close below 4-hour resistance. If you entered when the trade went past the previous candle low, wouldn't the entry be here, Bob? How come it's so high? On the 15? What are you looking at on the 15? Yeah, so the idea about the London Open trade is the impulse entries have the highest chances of going in the direction that you want it to go, as long as you get it right. If not, it's gonna smack you at your stop loss really fast. But the impulse entries have a higher chance of working out at London Open because of the higher volume. So I think if you took a trade here when it went past the previous candle's low, candle open. Okay, got it. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I was sorry to interrupt
looks
you.
good. Yeah, what's up?
It's going down.
Yeah.
Right, I think it's just gonna fill the wick.
So if it goes past, then we just have to let it go. I'm not gonna chase it.
Oh, how come this is not a trade that you'll take?
It's an impulse. I don't take impulse.
Isn't it done because it closed down here, right? Isn't it a clear move that's gonna go, you know? Oop.
Oh, you mean when the flip happened on this candle?
Yeah, because this whole structure, like, it opened below here, you know?
No, it doesn't matter because if I take it short, right, then this would be my resistance that form, right? And this stop loss is just too big. It does not make sense.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so if I take the flip, which is this candle tapping and then flipping, right, it doesn't make sense as well because look at the stop loss. See, so if I take it here, this is like what, 24 for, nope, 1 hour is definitely not for me.
So let's say the 30 minutes closed this way, right?
Yeah.
The next one should continue like
Next
this, right?
one, yeah, we'll tap this zone and then come down.
With
So that will be like a maybe maximum 12 pips stop and then you take it down for 24.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's 1 hour, I usually just let the trade go.
Yeah, I realized that.
So I don't take impulse. I don't take 1 hour. Like it isn't really worth my time. I'd rather not be in the trade. But it's a preference. Not everybody likes it. So.
I feel you, because you won't always catch the whole thing.
Yep, correct. See, so like this, Jay Sheng entered on that, right? But there is also a risk if the stop is not placed properly, then you'll get stopped out like this when it taps back too deep. So Jay Sheng, I have this zone here, so you might want to have a look at my zone. So I'll drop the link on the chat. So how you can do it, just so you see the time frames that I have on the right side. Just for example, this is a 4-hour zone at 136,400, right? So just go on the 400, go on the 4 hour, put that zone there, try to see what I'm seeing on the candles. So the reason why this line is there is because it was resistance all the way, resistance here as well, and then it support all this way, and then resistance previously. So support always turns into resistance and vice versa until it breaks. So this one broke resistance, came back down, tested as support multiple times and kept going from there. And then when it came down, it tested the support again multiple times. This is the break of support. So right now the market structure on the 4 hour is broken, so we're looking to come down here and potentially here. Yeah, so you might want to have a look at the zones, because I think you missed the zone. That's why you had your stop like this. But even if you didn't really have the zone, right, I would have my stops above this wick. Not like, this is like in the middle of the wick, so there's a very high chance you'll tap. Or the most conservative stop would be above the previous resistance structure. Yeah, if that helps. It's 292 was your entry. Let's see. Ooh. Partial TP 136.05. Okay. Yeah, Mikey, you had your stop here, right? Above the resistance. It was really big, so I let the candle like... Because the first thing when I saw that candle pushing down, right? I wanted it to go... It must close below this. So then, when it closed below this, right? I was like, okay, that's great. I'm gonna wait for the next move down. Yeah, so at least I can have my stop slightly smaller. Maybe conservatively here, but I can also have it above this area once this resistance is formed on this candle. Yeah, but we'll see.
How would you know that a wick would appear? Because there's already a wick here. Like, there's already a wick here.
You mean this candle here?
Yeah, so like the next candle that appears, like, what if there's no wick? You know, there's no wick.
If there's no wick, then I might not take it. Because the 30-minute usually forms a wick, right? We've seen it so many times. But then again, this is a minor zone, this gray area. It's not like this 4 hour. So there's a few things that might happen now. if this 30-minute closes strong like this, engulfing this candle, right, and also just breaking below its own support, then it should come back, do a little tiny wick to this area, grab some liquidity before going down. If it doesn't grab at this area, it will grab further. It will grab it deeper.
Okay, is this something you see only on a 30? Quite frequently.
Yeah, I see it as a break and retest. But the retest to the 4-hour zone has already been made, you see. So now I'm looking for like some kind of maybe quick tap to this area and then continuation down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it might not tap. It might not tap. That's the thing. Because this is a very minor zone. Seeing a bunch of wicks to the left at 239. Yep, Bob, I see it as well. So if I go down to the 1 hour, right? So this area is a concern. That's why I wanted that 30-minute candle to close. So concern, area of concern. But once we clear, what's this? 252, then we should be good to go down to 136.
Is there a concern that this doesn't have a top wick?
This current candle, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But it's, in terms of it going down, right, it's actually fulfilling my bearish momentum idea, because the fact that the bearish momentum is so strong, that's why I wasn't even able to create a top wick. So that's good. But later on when I take my entries, I want a top wick. I need a slight top wick. If it's totally blank like this candle, like a little tiny baby wick, then it's
I think if it
worse.
closes like this is a really good candle. This thing looks good.
Yep. It has to close below its own support. If not, then it's a bit iffy. Because then it might just go, this is the support form, and then whoop, go back inside the range, back inside here, which is not what we want.
Don't say that.
Yeah, that's not what we want. Because if it goes back in, then oh crap, we gotta wait again.
I like how there's a rejection here.
Yes. Yeah.
It's good.
So let me check news. Yeah, news looks clear for tonight. Break and close below 221. Yep. Once it breaks the wick, right, and it's just clear traffic all the way to 36. So hopefully this candle doesn't go too big, give us a chance to get in. If it closes beyond this, right, then you guys can take it. Because then it'll be right in the middle of the range and doesn't give me good R. We'll see. So 15's about to close. Yeah, so see, 15 is breaking its own support already. So it's making those little steps to come down.
Excellent. I mean, looking more at the 1 hour lately.
Yeah, but there's no entry on the 1 hour here.
Yeah, I have to go to lower, right?
Yeah, because if you take this crappy resistance here, right, you just be trading into this wall, not beyond that.
But if you're trading the 1 hour, you're also trading the continuation, aren't you? See, like. Oops.
Potentially, yes. So you might be trading like, okay, so on the 1 hour, right? Since yesterday, it was just going lower highs. Right? Oh shit, that's really ugly. So boop. Hang on. So lower highs. But the thing is, this area here, this one here, this was the last lower high that it made. So technically it broke. So this was actually a higher high from this area, right? And this lower low also made a higher low, sorry. So it could actually bust out and go up. That's why last night we were looking for longs. We were looking for longs from at the bottom here, because all these areas here, so these are higher lows, especially after this structure broke. Yeah, but now that we're looking at it today, then it's a different story, because the lower high story continues. Now this
I think that was just a liquidity
here.
grab.
Maybe. Let's have a look at the 4. Yeah, the 4 doesn't really tell much, to be honest.
Oh, I got kicked out.
Kicked out?
Yeah.
Of what?
Zoom.
Oh, really? I didn't kick you.
I just there's a glitch.
Zoom is like a RAM sucker. It slows down my computer by so much.
You need to put some more RAM in your desktop.
Yeah, I need to. I'm waiting for the new GPUs to come. You know, the new what's that called?
GTX.
Graphic cards. Yeah, the new GTX to come. Once that comes, right? Oh, I'm gonna zeng my PC.
What do you need such a strong one?
Cause running Zoom and the streams at the same time is it's just taking a toll on my RAM and my GPU. I'm like almost at 100 now.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's why I'm using Edge on my charts. So now I'm like 75%, man. I have to close all the other programs. Yeah, Zoom plus Chrome.
The chances of GJ taking off Vela without us.
High, because it broke its own support. So 15 closed below its own support. So it might go also. So
that was the impulse entry right there.
yeah, when it broke this area here, you should have taken it already if you wanted the impulse. Anything now is late. Even if you entered this impulse here, your stop loss here, right? I think the risk reward is not fantastic. So that's like what, 15 and 18. Nope, that's not the good impulse entry.
I'm sure a pullback.
The thing is, because London just opened, right? Like about an hour ago, we might get some leftover volume to push past 136 even. But then it would come back again. So we'll make like a quick grab down, liquidity, then come back in again and then just chop for a bit before it decides where it wants to go.
Well, another long day.
Yeah, man.
I saved my ammo from you last night. I just need one good trade.
Yep, same. Yeah, Mikey, I lost the overnight one as well. So in hindsight, right, I think for me, so like what I put on my journal on Instagram, right, was I think because I took it on the 1 hour, so for me, I hope you didn't take the full loss, Mikey. Like I cut out 70%. So it was, instead of 16, it was 12. So this was the one, right? So like for me, I think like when I was reviewing the trade, I think when this candle closed, oops, this is the 1 hour. So when this candle actually closed like a doji, right? I should have just cut half off first, because being that it's a 1 hour support, it should have easily gone up and closed bullish. But the fact that it didn't, right, I should have just halved the risk already. Yeah, so my partial stop loss was below the 30-minute. Yeah, but I think that since I'm holding the trade overnight and the risk reward is fairly big, I think this was at least like 2 or 3R. So I could have just halved the risk on this. Beats taking the full loss at 70% here and at the 4 hour zone.
What time was this?
This was overnight, after the London close.
I was gone, right?
Yeah, you were gone, but this was a really slow trade. It did nothing.
Oh, I'm so sorry to have seen this.
Nah, it's okay. Yeah. So now I know if the 1 hour, because I literally gave this candle 1 hour to form, and then it closed like this, so it did nothing for me. So by right, I should have just cut. I think I should have just cut off half. So making half profits is better than making a loss, I think. Yeah. So see, if you took the impulse entry, yeah, if you took the impulse entry when you break the wick, right, you'll be crying now.
Or draw down.
Yep. So 8 more minutes. This candle should close nice.
So should we wait for the wick, then we enter?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the wick.
You're gonna be like the other time where there was no wick.
Then shit.
Don't
do
no.
that. Yeah. Let me see.
Was it very similar to this just because this has a wick? This got a, oh crap, sorry. My
11. Yeah, this is like almost 2R.
Yeah. It's 2R.
If you wanted to be really safe, then definitely stop loss above this. But let's see, how much is that? 16 for 26.
Probably enter here.
Where? Yeah.
Yeah, just at the low of this previous 30 here. Enter here.
For you?
Yeah, for the next candle, when the next candle forms. Yeah, I think here is good and stops here.
How much is that?
Or here.
I think as long as you get the flip, you're good. Because it shows continued movement. It's like, yeah, 16 for 25.
I'm confident because of this structure here.
Yeah.
It's got this and this and this if it wants to go back up, you know, so it's easier for it to go down.
No, the point is it has a 4 hour structure it has a 4 hour zone to break.
Yeah,
because this zone, this 136,400 was previous support, now becoming resistance. Yeah. So if we look at this white box here, right? See how the resistance is forming at that previous low? So it should continue down. So the reason why it would be okay to place my stops here is because if it flips above this, right, the tendency for it to go back into the range is also higher. Because this is the nearest recent support.
We're gonna see where the 1 hour closes as well.
Nah. You mean later on?
I mean now, like if you switch to, like
we still have half an hour. No, we still have half an hour before it closes, so the 1 hour is I mean the current 1 hour is irrelevant. Because this is still open. But
just look at day 30 then.
So the 4 hour close is also coming in half an hour. So everything looks bearish. So that's good.
Okay. I'm gonna prepare for sell. Oh wow.
Let it
Small
close.
now.
Yeah, let it close, man. So impulse entry would have just smacked you so bad. Yeah, this impulse would have been so painful. I think with impulse you need volume.
How often do you take an impulse trade?
Almost never.
Okay. I mean, you've survived this long.
Yeah. Even when I first started with Raja, I never took impulse.
How long ago was
Let
that?
me see. Did I? Yeah, I didn't. April? I came on board with him officially in April.
Okay. Oh, you've been solo the whole time?
Yeah, I was trading with a bunch of friends.
Oh, you're a veteran.
Like, I saw how I actually saw how Raja traded like near 7 years ago. But the only problem was at that point in time, Raja didn't have like a proper course for me to enroll in at that time when I was still a noob.
Oh, has he been in it for 7 years?
No, at that point in time when I looked, he had Twitch and stuff like that, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Any reason why I never take impulse entry? Because it's risky, and I prefer entering on confirmations. Impulse has no confirmations. It's just an anticipation of the move. Plus, if I'm going for like bigger risk reward, then the impulse entry usually doesn't hold. It will take me for 10 pips, but it's tougher to take me further than that.
How would you enter?
I'll let it tap the zone, flip below this candle, then I'll enter short. Stop loss above. Would this area be a concern for our... like so Mohammed, I see it. So this area of support, right? So I see it. This area here as well. This is previous area of support and resistance, but like if we look at the 1 hour price action, right? It's closing below its support as well. So I'm willing to take these clean candles for... Yeah, I'm willing to take the write down these clean candles. But I do see that 4 hour support as well. So if you're afraid of it, then just size down on the trade. So that's why I didn't want to take the impulse, because there's too many disasters on the left.
Yeah, I think it's a good trade. It's about like 10 pips just above the body. Ooh, another minute. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Fairly good risk.
Am I in any trade? Nope, but we're looking to get in on this close. TP 136, yes. So I'm going straight for 136. I'm not taking anything in between, because it's clean already, so I'm just gonna whack the 20 pips in one go. So
30 seconds.
yeah, so those who are worried about the 4 hour traffic on the left, please just size down. Yeah, but the fact that the 1 hour is still forming bearish, 4 hours still bearish, it shows that there is still continued bearish momentum, I think. So those who think it's gonna go up, don't take the straight shot. Mahmoud?
You guys are entering on the 15 or on
No,
the 30?
30. So
you guys just entered?
not yet.
Almost.
What are you guys waiting for?
I'm waiting for it to tap the zone. That's me.
Oh, I'm in.
With stop loss above the current 30?
Yes, this one.
The current 30 or the previous 30?
Oh, sorry,
Previous
the
30.
previous one at around 350.
And I'm managing it on the 15.
Oh, it's going.
Yeah.
Get in. Get in.
Nah.
Yep. If it goes, then too bad.
It's like 3 pips in profit.
I've got a
You
chop
enter
pip
at the
stop.
second close. 4 pips.
You in as well?
Me? No.
No, I'm not in. I'm not in. I haven't slept yet.
Oh damn.
Oh no.
Why were you on call?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So I've been awake since yesterday.
My god. After your trade, you went back to work.
Yeah, and I didn't go back to sleep.
Oh
I
my.
didn't sleep. I
Oh
didn't
my
sleep yet.
god.
I just got back home like right now.
Oh shit. You must be a zombie now.
Yeah, took a bunch of espresso shots. So I'm good.
Where are you waiting it for to tap? Is it here?
No, just touch anywhere in the zone is fine. As long as it doesn't
Oh,
wick.
just wick. Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I
okay.
need that wick. Because now there's nothing. So if it goes, then it goes.
I'm in already. I'll just manage it.
So if it goes back to wake up, right? Don't panic. Because it has...
Yeah.
it might need to do that as well.
Okay. Well aware.
Yep.
Is it crucial that it needs a wick? What's the reason why it doesn't have one?
It's not crucial, but I've seen those that have a wake up move further.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I don't know about you, but I want to take it down to this area, you see. So if let's say I entered here, right? I'm looking for a 26 pip move. So I need it to grab gas to come down. Because if it goes for 10 only and then bounces off the wick, right? Like these wicks over here, then I don't want the trade. Because it's only 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Ace, if you look at every time frame, right? If you statistically look at every time frame, nearly every time frame will have a wick.
Yes.
Right. So if we say that 99.99% of the time there is going to be a wick. So what Eleanor's actually looking at, she's saying there's a 99.99% chance that there will be a wick, and that could actually, I can get a better entry. Yeah, statistically can get a better entry. It's very rare that you see something without a wick. It's actually, you'll only find them on the very, very low time frames if you look at 1 minute and all this business. But if you look at, say, 15-minute upwards, there's 15-minute, it's where you're most likely to see them. But the moment you go up higher time frames, it's statistically like 99.9. You just go back and check it. Any time frame.
Okay.
Any thing, and you'll see that. And that's why we're waiting for top wicks, and we wait for these confirmations, because we know we're going to get them, right? Every now and then when there's a lot of volume, okay, things go a bit funny, because the market opens and there's just a flood of orders coming in and things just move and there's no wick, right? And that's sometimes when New York Open happens or London Open happens, we get them occasionally, right? But even then we still get wicks. So we're basing our theory off that statistical calculation.
Is this considered a wick?
Yes.
Like right here? Okay.
It needs to give you
thanks, Yasser.
at least something. Yeah, but the thing is this one pushed up, right? And then I missed it. Yeah, so it's fine. Yeah,
Why don't you just put a sell limit?
No,
so
why
when the
would I
price
do
comes
that?
up,
No, then that would be me chasing the trade, right? And it's fine.
Have you been planning for it? This is your second chance, isn't it?
Look, okay, so if I okay, let's say I chased it, right? It's gonna mess my risk reward.
Okay.
Yeah, so no.
By like 2 pips.
It might mess, because if I take it here and then the spread suddenly open up for some stupid reason, then I'll be like 1.4.
Because I'm in the trade now, I got in pretty much there. Wait, here. It's a little bit up. My spread is putting me in a deficit.
Yeah. Spread now is like 1.1 for me.
You know, Ace, I used to enter also on the close of the 30 minutes. All right, and it was good interest, but I realized then what Yasser is saying and Eleanor about the top week. That 99.99% of the times it happens that it gets a top week, so I can get a better entry price, and that entry price for me, my broker, the spread is like 1.6. Right, on GJ. So that top week for me is really important because I can get a better entry price, and also I can like mitigate the that spread. That is really that 1.6 pips on so many trades. It makes a lot of difference.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Difference. All right, guys.
Thanks. Really appreciate it, guys.
Yeah. But that being said, your trade is not wrong because you wanted to enter when it passed here, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So just follow your plan, trade your plan. Because the
Yeah,
idea
I'm
is the same.
managing it.
It's just that I am waiting for something more. Because of these two rejection wicks on the 30, right? I need to go and get grass so that I can just smack these wicks.
I'm moving. I usually move my. Is it right to move your stop as price proceeds downwards? Like if you're more in profits.
No.
Okay.
There needs to be a minimum area that you cross before you move your stop loss. So you move. Okay, so let's say for you, once it passes this wick, you move your stop to break even. Then you need to be prepared for price to come back and tap you, and then you're out. Because this is not even like. This is how much only?
Because my stop is literally here.
27.
Right here. My entry is like right here.
How many pips did your stop base?
10 pips.
Yeah. So what I sometimes used to do was, say we've got a 10 pip stop, if it free traces 5 pips, I double my lot size, keeping the same slot, keeping the same stop. You know.
Okay.
So as that retracement happens, I can now double my lot size, and with the same thing, with the same amount of money, same amount of risk.
Because your stop is tighter now.
Yeah, the stop is better now.
I'm quite confident in this trade. Looks like it'll go down.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to consider the impulse entry when it breaks here, right? Then because it's going to be with less confirmations, your stop loss shouldn't be above here. It should be above this candle because you don't want it to retrace. Because the idea of you catching the impulse entry below this wicks is because you think it's going to continue down. So when it flips up, right, it's not supposed to flip up above its own wick. So that's my 2 cents about it. So if I were to enter an impulse, I'll wait for it to pass somewhere here, stop loss here, which is super tight.
Once it breaks this, right, the probability of it going down is pretty high, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When would that be?
I mean, it makes
Phasing.
all the sense that it's going to 136. The only thing that keeps me awake right now is that if you see this 30 minutes, the 30-minute candle, it just get like a little top wick, like a minimum.
Yeah, baby wick.
And also, and also here, so I'm trying to wait just like what Eleanor and Jess are saying, that just like a topper wick here, a little bit of retracement. But if it don't happen, doesn't happen.
How should I manage this trade? Because when I see the candle pull back like this, I'm like, you know what I mean?
What's your plan?
My plan is that like go to the 15. Yeah. So like based on my entry, if it breaks the high of this, I'm already cutting like 50%.
Okay, then just stick to that. Don't micromanage it because you have one stop there, and then your other stop is what, here?
Yeah. My stop is just right above the previous 30-minute candle. Yeah, right there.
Yeah. So then just follow your plan. If it wicks up, it wicks up. You gotta cut it means you gotta cut it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's not supposed to, right? If it's supposed to come down.
Because I look at all the time frames, it looks very, very bearish. I mean, candles are all pointing my direction.
Yeah.
Especially on the 15. Look how many red candles there are. Yeah. See, all pointing down, so making lower highs.
Because like what? Okay, so the reason why price couldn't is maybe not just going down all the way, is it's on the 4 hours at some kind of resistance. So you see all the wicks here, and this body is forming the resistance, right? So it could be having some trouble trying to break it. So that's why.
So after it breaks, it should just.
The wicks that are crucial now, I think. Yeah. See, a lot of people are not comfortable that this candle barely has a top wick. Yeah, it's
I know,
nothing wrong with
I just see overall trend, you know. I feel so noob here.
No, it's not wrong. Because your criteria is break below this. When this closes, you are in. It's fine. You're not wrong. It's just you have to manage it according to your rules.
Hey, Eleanor, can you?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly think that this trade's gonna work out. If you look at the 1 hour, if you look at the 1 hour, I don't know why you have your zone there.
This one?
I have my zone like right here. Right? So like I'm looking at the bodies here, here, and here, right? And then we have this candle here that closed below here on the 1 hour. Below all these, like it was able to close below these wicks, right? And then if you go down to the lower time frame and you keep the zone, you see that this 30-minute came up to retest here and then to keep going down.
Yeah. So like the white zone is because of this minor support here.
Yeah, but if you look at it on the 1 hour, just the wick.
Yeah, but the reason why I was confident in this going down further, right, is because it broke below this support. So this was an area of concern for me earlier when I was looking at the shots.
Got my 10 pips.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, I was looking at it just like this, that, you know, this area was a wick on the 1 hour, and then this area closed below this on the 1 hour.
Yeah, I see
like
what you're saying.
This was closed. This here closed below this, and then if you look at it on the 30-minute, you have that retest.
Yep, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you know, Eleanor, I was increasing my lot size this week, and the first trade was a lot, and it always happens. You know, the week yesterday, and it was a loss, and I was like, damn, it's every, you know, the when you always up your lot size, you take a bit more risk.
Yeah,
that's the one. The first one's always a loser, and it just sends things back down.
But did you take the loss because like you managed it tighter, or it was just price?
It was just price, and it just took the loss. So the management was like beautiful, you know. And I looked at it, but it's the one, you know, it just happens, and then that can sometimes set you back a bit, you know, because you took a bigger risk. You think, okay, so I thought I'll try again today.
Yeah, yesterday was messed up, man. Yesterday was so slow, so I took the shot from here. It took so long for these to just come down. It took 1 hour plus off a 30-minute candle. Yeah, and then again overnight. Why do I draw lines instead of zones? Because it's neater. So like for me, higher time frame, I usually put them as lines. But in my mind, I know that they are zones. Like I know that they are like, this whole area around it is sensitive. Like,
please don't hit my stop.
Like you said, you got your 10 pips?
Yeah, you already got it,
Yeah, I do.
Right?
But yeah, I only close half and put my stops at break even.
Yeah, so if your plan is to BE at 10 pips, then your plan is to BE at 10 pips. There's no, oh, but I think it'll go further, that's why I'm going to not BE at 10 pips. Then you're just asking for your stop loss to get hit, because you're not following your plan. Yeah, so you BE, leave it. If it hits you at stop loss, then it hits you at break even. Doesn't matter. You already secured anyway. Yeah, because Martinez is asking also. So
I just you know, want to ride one, you know, let it run for like ages.
you want to let it run for ages, you gotta get you need an entry with a lot of confirmations.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why just now I said, right, I'm not taking it because I want to go from here to here. I don't want to go from here to here. So do I let go of the trade? Yes. If it doesn't wake up, I'll let go of it. Because I don't want to be in this kind of situation where it bounces up and then I only get 10. Yeah,
okay.
So it's just a preference. 136, 142, I think we're gonna have some super targets. Yeah. Where's AJ? Oh yeah. So yeah, so AJ, like for me, right, the reason why I have this zone also and I was particular about it, right, was because I needed it to break here, plus this area here, right, because of all the wicks on the 30-minute and the left side on the 1 hour, right, it was just a little bit messy on the left here just now when I was looking to enter. So I saw it as rejections as well, so that's why I needed a bit more confirmations on the 30 before I took it.
Yeah, it's okay.
How will you take a trade from this kind of setup?
Exactly how I told you just now.
I mean, like, will this current candle, because this is gonna close in like what, 13 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's gonna create like, top wick.
It could.
Then, yeah, maybe.
It definitely could. GJ's a monster.
Yeah, GJ has been really late the past few days. It does like a top wick in the last minute and then flips.
Yeah, well, when it does that, I always think that it's gonna do something ridiculous,
But Ace, you have to remember, look, if you statistically look at it, what's the statistical chance of there being no two top wicks? Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's very, very unlikely that you're going to get two candles with no top wick. Do you know what I mean? So it's very, very unlikely that's going to happen, especially if you go on 30-minute. Very, very unlikely. So
yeah,
the chances of getting that entry are there, and we know that they're in our favor.
Mm-hmm.
Look out here, the last 30 that I'm seeing that didn't make any top wick. Right here, just a little top wicks, and it didn't go that further. So right here.
Yeah, it just went a little bit only.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, the pullback was so deep on this one. $136, $160 seems to have minor resistance on the left. Let's see. Yeah, Mikey, I see it. But go up to the 1 hour and it's gone. It's clean. Yeah, but I see it.
I think if the 1 hour closes like that, I think next one should just keep going down because it's outside of the range now.
Yep.
I feel like I should re-enter.
Re-enter how? Why?
Because my target is still at the bottom there.
Then what? Then should you not have closed it if you wanted to re-enter?
I've already closed.
Oh.
You got a winning trade. I mean, don't rush to get in again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
You got your 10 pips for the day. Like, you don't want to risk it again, right? So, like, and it hasn't even been a candle yet. Like, you're still working on the same candle. Like, at least, like, if you want to get into another trade, like, wait for another candle to form.
Yeah, not now.
No, I thought you were gonna try to get in now.
No.
Yeah, I
God,
thought so
no.
too. That's why I was like, what?
Come on, guys.
I don't know. I mean, from the sound of it,
Yeah.
I want to get in.
Yeah.
No, but thank you for the concern.
Yeah, see, we're not the only ones. Everyone thought you wanted to get in again.
Wow, I've got a reputation now, huh?
You're on the brink of getting promoted to the gulag. Almost there. Yeah. are we looking for? So Anthony, this current candle, yeah, it was supposed to do a slightly bigger wick up, maybe tap the zone, but it's a baby wick, so I didn't enter.
Morning, everyone.
Morning, morning.
Somebody's related to Darth Vader, man.
Oh.
Can you not hear the breathing? It's like some mentals or something.
AJ's getting excited about the trade. That's why he's breathing harder. He's tired. News took me out of trade. Was there news? I don't know. I don't know whether it was news. I only know it hit my stops. I don't think it was news though. It just went sideways. Cool. I sent the GU chart. I didn't even do analysis on GU. So I can send you. The zones haven't really changed. I didn't really do up my zones on GU because I don't really intend to trade it. Not when the elections are coming. So
Is 136155 like a zone?
136155.
Looks like a order block type zone. I don't know, I've heard it being mentioned, but yeah, it looks like a support previously.
Yeah. On the 30, yes. But if you go on the 1 hour, there's nothing. Ryan, I don't turn on music because you can turn on your own. Like, people have requested not to have it.
The stream is like a library.
You guys can turn on your own music because I don't talk all the time. So now the 30 is breaking. So it should continue down for those that are in shorts.
Did someone just say re-enter?
Up to you. Your choice. Ooh, is your spread really wide, Shane? How come it grabbed you so low? Nice catch. Is your spread really wide, Shane? Because you entered on the close. Lore Luna, it's, if you see the screen, it's a currency pair. And if you see the name of the stream, it's also a currency pair. I don't know how to answer. The stream says it right, I think. Unless I named it wrong, then my bad. Yeah, Forex Trading live stream. Yeah, your stop loss was okay, definitely. So I would have had my stop there too, but didn't meet my criteria.
Is anyone in sales?
Sorry, yeah,
Trying to?
No. Whoever took sales already took it just now. Taking it
Oh, that
now
was me,
is...
yeah.
Yeah, there's no way to enter it now unless you want to chase.
No, I always take it from the, you know, the resistance.
Mujahid, I don't... Yeah, I'm staying off GU until the elections are over. So I'm not touching any USD pairs. So now I'm full GJ only. So I haven't really analyzed it. Yeah, not gonna play, man. Donald Trump's tweeting every single day. My god. No thanks. Yeah. Thank you, Shane.
Just main GJ.
Yeah. I'm not gonna touch. I'm not even touching gold. I'm not even looking at it to try and understand it because I feel like the bulk of the moves now is just Donald Trump tweet, one move, Donald Trump tweet again, next move. Yeah, so not touching it.
Someone's in buys from 213.
Who?
The chat. Elvis Presley.
My chat? Oh.
Yeah.
Buys at 213. Oh, because of the 30-minute support on the left, Elvis?
He took an impulse.
I mean, 15 closed, bullish.
15 close.
So I don't know if they're using that.
No confirmation, just went on feeling. Oh, okay. So at the end of the 30-minute close.
I think when it's trending in a certain direction, I mean, you can be lucky, I guess, but when it's trending in a certain direction, unless you get like a strong support and a strong close. It's not usually advised, is it, to take like the opposite direction?
Yeah, because if we look at the 15, it's just going. So this might be doing a continued move. Because on the left, it's clean. Yeah.
It's just trending like diagonally down.
You know, sometimes when you trade off a 30-minute and you want to put your stop loss above the previous 30, like sometimes the candle's like really small and it's only 5 or 6 pips, right? Would you still go for a 5 or 6 pip like stop loss?
You mean like above this?
Yeah. So for example, in this situation, if that was a support, yeah, it seems such a small stop loss, like to give it enough.
I would just use market structure. So if let's say, usually the support wouldn't be that small, because if you've noticed the kind of resistance or support that I take, right, usually the second candle would engulf the first candle. Yeah, usually. So if it's really small, then I'm not very confident in the trade. Sometimes I don't even take it.
Got you.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hey BP.
How you doing?
I'm okay.
What's the plan for today?
I think
Win, man.
yeah, some people are in
Winning
shops.
trades.
Yeah, I mean
So many
nothing.
people are in sales already.
Some people are, not me.
Yeah, I was looking for impulse below this candle, but the risk was too big. 15 pips, I think, around 15, 16.
Yeah, Ace took the impulse. He took it. No, not the impulse. He waited for this candle to close, but he entered same place where
right
you wanted.
here.
We stop here.
Yeah. Also notice sometimes the impulse and then the close end up in the same place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What made me hold off my key? So this candle here, right? Like I wanted more liquidity to be grabbed from this area here. It barely did anything. It just straight away just pushed down in like the first 5 minutes. Only after that did it go back up. But yeah, I don't know. I'm worried
also the
about this
close.
area here.
Yeah, and it couldn't close below that zone that you've marked.
The wicks, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
see it's holding.
I think it will still come down. It's just it's gonna be slow, and I don't want to be in a trade that doesn't just. I don't know. It's not super clean on the left on the lower time frames for me. That's why.
Yesterday you managed to get out at break even, or?
No, I got like a 60% loss.
Well, not bad.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a trade where you take the trade, you come back an hour later. It just slowly creeps down.
Yeah. Previous day strong.
We have the 4-hour close right now, so.
Honestly, I don't like how it's slowing down, because it's like if it's gonna fall, it should
have fallen already. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like there's nothing to stop it, right? And it's slow, and the candles are slowly getting smaller.
Exactly, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
You got this sound on higher time frame. I mean.
Yeah, this one here as well. Yes, correct. That's why I didn't want to play with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if it goes, then oh wells. What's this? Oh, why was the entry so late?
I think it's waiting for a retest.
Oh.
Support to be formed. And
okay, if you're waiting, then
nice.
yes. But if you chased it, then no. Yeah, I like the. Yeah, you're looking at the right things, Giant. Could you please explain how I would take the trade? Oh yeah, I think I explained it. So this was the resistance that formed. I needed the wick to at least try to make it at least longer, so that there was some kind of attempt to grab liquidity from this area here, but there wasn't, and then it just went down. But this is not really very far actually.
Well, what do you think of all this? Because I'm very new. I don't know what to think of all this. I'm just thinking that it's just taking its time to slowly go down.
It is. That's why you're out, right?
Eleanor,
Yeah.
can you zoom out? But like really zoom out?
On the
There you
30?
go. Yeah, no, over here, here.
Okay.
Yeah. This is where we are right now. And below this, we have clean space.
Yeah.
So that's why it's holding price, because it's at previous support. Well, previous, no, I mean,
Minor,
ago.
yeah, there's a minor zone there.
Yeah. And that's why it's holding.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. That's it.
Okay.
Order block.
So are you guys looking to take it down to the 13600 level?
Potentially, if it forms.
Okay.
Suspicious candles. So this is like selling stocks. It's, I guess if you analyze, this is technical analysis, so it's just on a different asset class, Laurie. Ooh, I've got a bunch of new people in the chat. Ooh, look at it. $136,221 monthly open, is it? Oh, it's doji. Okay, could be.
Just closed the runner. I wasn't too comfortable with.
Yep. But you managed to grab 10, I presume. This candle gave 10.
Yeah, and I managed to like get an entry earlier on based on a 15 when I saw the momentum. I don't usually do it, but on the 15, yeah, when it retraced on the 15. And then it closed bearish again around 136,300.
This one? This, which one? This?
300, 136,300. It's on the 50, yeah. No, the one above it.
Oh, okay, okay. How would I go about it to get started? Yes, you need to use, because I think you came from a stocks background. I really suggest going to education here. Yeah, just read this, because the terminology that we use on Forex and stocks is kind of different. So you can have a look at this, it's free. And then at least when we like talk about stuff on Forex, it makes more sense.
So that's what I meant by like when the previous 30 has a small candle body, it's likely to easily break that high, especially it doesn't either.
Yeah, correct. Because essentially what this candle did, right, to me is when on the close, it pushed down. So there were sellers trying to sell it, which is correct because there's a continued strong move coming from above. That's why you see the 1 hour and 4 hour forming bearish at that point in time. And so it pushed down, and then after that the buyers, which are just lying below, as you can see from all these wicks, right, they just continue to push price up. So the chances of it flipping above this wick is high, and that's also why I think someone took longs earlier, and that's also why people are long buyers on the chat. But once we broke below 136,400, to me it was shorts, more likelihood of shorts than longs. So this could just be a retest to the zone, the minor support here to come down.
136, 300, 400 area.
Yeah, this box here. Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and it happened literally the candle before it. So like, look at the candle before it. All right, came down. This candle's coming back up to this candle. now the same thing. This candle coming down and this candle's coming back to this green candle to do the exact same thing to wick.
And
to
come down.
This could wick.
Yep.
Can you go to the 4 hour? I think we have to retest 136.40. See, because we got a lot of wicks over here. Retest and we might go down.
Yeah. Yeah. So two.
Here.
Correct.
I mean, technically, right now we're at an order block.
This one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one.
But even if it wick below, still valid?
It's still, yeah. Because you have another. You technically have another one here.
Yeah. I see.
You technically have another one here.
I think this one was used
like if you look at this like on the 8 hour, it'll be a one order block.
Oh my god, my chart's so messy now. Hang on.
Right,
where are we? Yeah.
This is the area that we were looking at.
Yeah.
Right. So what's there? What are those lines? Can you take them off or no?
Oh yeah, hang on. It's just my wick separator.
You guys use 8 hours?
No, we're just trying to clean up the charts.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see, like the 7. I mean, I look at all the time frames. That's just me. To find because higher time frames are what work, right? So
yeah.
5
you need to get
hours,
direction
6 hours,
from the higher time frames to trade in line with the higher time frame trend.
Exactly. So like this could be this retracement to continue going up.
Yeah, but would you say that it broke structure already? Because it's a lower high compared to here. But then you could also argue this already.
Yeah, but you can say this right here was broken, right? You can say that.
Correct.
This was the break of market structure.
So this will go up.
And then this is that retracement. Right, so we want to figure out where is it going to retrace to. Right?
Yeah. Okay, so those that don't really know what order blocks are, don't worry about it. It's just another way we look at like an area where support and resistance or supply and demand. But if you want to know more, just go to this guy's page. He is the one who came up with it. Watch his stuff, right, Martinez? This is his stuff.
Yeah, just a disclaimer, he goes on a lot of tangents.
Yeah, play at 1.5 speed. Yeah, so touch. Okay, so tweezer bottom, I don't think so, because to me tweezer bottoms are like, they have to be equal length. This is not equal length, I think. This is not. This is like a inside bar or something like that. Yeah, but again, the candle names are irrelevant to me. It's just when you see, so on the left, this whole area here at the bottom, right, this whole area here, it was on the left a 30-minute minor support. So when you have a bar that closes about more than 50% of the previous bar, there is a tendency for price to go back up. So I don't really care for the names, I just understand the reason for the formation. Yeah, that might help. Yeah, so the previous 15 closed with no top wick at that zone. So it could be that retest that we're looking for to come down. Touch, if I'm trading with, so the account size doesn't matter. Regardless of 100k, 200k, 500k, 50k, 25. It doesn't matter, I stick to 1 to 2%.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
It's on this Zoom session that Raja will be live?
No, Raja's on his own Zoom later.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely much cleaner. I agree.
nice hourly pullback on GJ on the 30 minute.
Yeah.
Starting to look like the retest you guys were looking for.
Yep.
Yeah, there was no way really to catch that big move earlier, was it? Like
This one here? No.
the big red candle.
No. I was looking at it. I
No
wanted to go, I wanted to go long because it formed that 30-minute support. Then it didn't even flip. I was like, okay, that's it. So the moment it pushed down, broke below my support, I closed the chart and I just went off. Then I came back an hour later.
Your flip strategy saved you.
Yep. It saved me so many times, so I'm good. So like for me, the cutoff is when it breaks its own support, right? Then I'm just not looking at it. So I don't have to keep staring.
I guess you missed some, but then at least it saves you from this kind of situation.
Yeah, correct.
Even the one you missed earlier, I guess it wasn't like a massive move anyway. It retraced back.
Yeah.
So it's not a bad plan.
I find it difficult to kind of change bias, you know, because I had a long bias, but then it started showing signs of a sell. So I have difficulty jumping from like a buys bias to like a sells straight away.
Then you need to maybe have like a criteria. Like for me, buys were valid if this big candle had actually flipped above it. Then I would continue buying it to 136,700. But since it didn't, it like broke below its own support, then my buys were definitely invalid. Yeah. Then I would just let it break. And then I'll wait for the retest. So the break and retest needs time, so I'll just walk away from the
Because what I was seeing, I was thinking of this. I thought it was gonna go up here, but then this happened, and I don't know. My opinion just slowly changed.
No, this won't go up. You know why? Because there's so remember the trampoline theory that Guala and I were talking. There's nothing. See, it's bouncing off air. There's nothing here. So it will not go up. You need it. You want it to come down here. So you should have been excited when this one formed.
Okay.
Yeah, because this is your trampoline. This 4-hour zone. Yeah, but.
Yeah, when this started going down, I was like,
That's it.
I was like, what? What's going on?
Yeah. Sells. Look for sells. Do I make analysis on EU or GU for this week? No. For next week, probably not, because there's elections coming up. But I can look at your chart. Do you think GJ?
You guys won't be trading for the elections?
No, as in, because like I have GU as a pair that I look at, but just I'm not touching GU for the time being. I'm not touching any dollar pair for the time being.
Yeah.
Do you think GJ might come up to 36.5? A-Rod, like I think it will tap 400 and come back down. But if it goes back in, then we're going to range inside here.
Maybe we can look at the 1 hour instead. It's cleaner.
The 1 hour doesn't have resistance.
Okay.
It's just candles coming down. Yeah, so this one now is bullish, right? So even if... So I'm waiting for some kind of 30-minute resistance to form first. And maybe I'll consider the sells. But with the 1 hour forming bullish like this, the retracement might even be deeper. Yeah, back to 400. Yari, yeah. So I'm thinking. So now if. So there's two things that might happen now. So one is this candle closes bullish at this area here. Then the next one forms bearish, and then I'll take it down again. Right, so that's option number one. Second option is this candle breaks. I want it to stop here, make some kind of new resistance, and then I take it down again. I only think it's possible to come up to this area. Beyond that, I'm not sure. So, but this area is strong. So, I'm just watching.
The only thing I'm not comfortable with is the supports down in the way to 136.
On the left?
Issues on the left, yeah.
Yeah, correct. So a few of them pointed out this one here.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why price stopped there as well. So the wick, right? So if I draw this up, this green line, see, it's exactly where the wick stopped. Yeah.
Yeah. The good thing is to wait for a 30-minute close.
Yeah, we should wait for a 30-minute bearish at this. I want it a bit higher, but let's see. 136.40 will be perfect.
Yeah, I actually prefer it there. I don't like it off this zone actually. This to me, when it bounces, right, it just goes a little bit. I don't like it. Yeah,
range is too small.
Yeah, I'd rather it go higher or deeper, right, and then it gives me a bigger range to come down. This now is like in the middle of this big range here, which I don't like. If the current 30 minutes close below resistance, would you take an entry anticipating the next candle to come down? Or wait for a bearish candle? I'll wait. Because if I want to go short, I don't want to enter on a bullish candle because the 30 and the 1 hour is bullish. Nope. 4 hour has no top wick. Yep. So that's why I think the pullback could happen. So 4 hours, 1 hour candles all pull back deep. So this is likely, and then this.
The last two pullbacks were like really deep. If you look at like the swing highs, even though it maintained bearish trend, the swing highs were like deep.
Yeah.
Like, 78.6% retracement.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
From swing high to swing low.
Let's see. Are you talking about on the 4 hour?
Yeah, you can look at it on 4 hours zoomed out or 1 hour zoomed out. Sorry. Either way, like the retracement was like almost.
Yeah, almost to the last so-called line of defense.
That's right.
Yeah.
But then, because it then turned back round, it still maintained its bearish direction overall. But initial moves would suggest it's changing direction. That's how deep it's like retracing towards the bullish side.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at it on an hour on the last 3 or 4 days, 4 to 5 days. Yeah. If you look at it from your daily high range, the retracements each time were quite deep.
Yeah, so we take like one swing. So for example, this is one swing, right? Like this.
Yeah, that one did like 50-60%.
Correct.
Next ones they did like 70, 78.
Yeah, then this is the next swing down. Holy, this one almost went retraced the entire thing. But this was news. This kind of was news, so fine. We can give it. If we just take the closes, like where it closed, then it's around, within. It's still deep, like the 70 area already.
Same with the next one.
Yeah.
And it could do the same again, right?
Yeah. 70 at least. It's not going between 50 to 60 anymore.
So although this one's coming down, it could easily break the Asian resistance, the 1 hour you have there.
Yeah.
If
This
it's
one,
doing
yeah.
it.
Yeah, this whole area here.
I mean, if you go up to the Asian highs, it's still retracement. If it goes a bit beyond, like the 127 60. But in any case, it looks like it was a retest. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically it's going to printing like a doji candle with the retest in the support.
Excuse me. Yeah, even fib extension suggests 136.
Yeah.
Peanut.
$15 is forming resistance.
Yeah. It's crazy how many times.
Hey, El, you got the wick you wanted.
Yeah, but I didn't get the resistance I wanted.
Your standard's too high.
No,
yeah,
bro.
On the 15 minutes doing lower
Yeah,
highs.
it's doing lower steps, so now I'm thinking.
Yep.
But the risk
We
reward.
have close below the previous, like a bearish engulfing.
Oh, this is 2R. Yeah, correct. It engulfed. So I'm gonna see if it grabs some liquidity. Then this could be potential for shots.
Once it flips.
Yes,
right?
sir. Correct. Yeah, because this is now.
I mean, the 30 close good as well, if you look at it.
Yeah, because it rejected.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so the best thing could have been on this resistance, right, was that it closed lower than its support, but it didn't. But that being said, like you said, on the 30, right, it rejected nicely and closed below. So there's still potential there.
Are you selling on that flip?
Let me measure.
It's like 1 to 2.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't know if it might just that bounce here till New York.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I don't know if you look at 15. I don't know. It doesn't look so clean to me anyway.
Yeah, that's why if this candle closed below, then I would be more confident in it. This one is a bit iffy.
Yeah.
That's why I'm letting it flip one more. If it doesn't flip, then I'm safe because I haven't even put in money, so it's fine. Is Raja on, guys? I don't think so, right?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, people in the chat are getting angsty. Raja cannot be lit. People get nervous.
So true.
What if Raja falls sick one day and then he just doesn't come on?
Oh, no, it's on.
Depend on you.
He's gonna stop doing it one day.
Yep.
Yeah.
You better learn as much as you can.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna milk it.
Yeah.
Eleanor, so don't worry.
I might disappear one day.
I think whoever is here has already made it.
Yeah. Anyway, Raja's on, so I will be still on YouTube. Anyone wants to come and chat with me, feel free. Right, so I'm gonna close the Zoom, yeah? I'll see you guys on Raja's Zoom.
Oh,
See you on the other
okay,
side.
bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Seems that way.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the New York session stream here today. And I was just looking at quickly GPGPY, and I was looking to see how it has the potential to continue bearish at this time. So what I did was I opened up a sell position right over here, and I'm letting this position run. My stops are above the previous 30-minute candle, like around, like 7-8 pips. And then we're focusing on letting price run, because we're in a bearish downtrend, and whenever we're in downtrends, there's a very high probability that price is going to continue running bearish. So yeah, as long as price respects the high of the previous candle, it should continue bearish. I hope without me being in the live streams, you could have seen this opportunity to continue down, but let's see what happens. Let's see over here. What I want to see is, let's take a look on the 4-hour here. 4 hours also bearish. If we do continue down, this is the area on the 4-hour which is clean traffic, right? This is what we mean by clean traffic. There's nothing to the left. We've broken below this area, 136,282. We've broken below 136,700. And if we do stay below, I'd say like 136,300, there should be easy moves going all the way down towards 135,900. Looking on the daily time frame, daily is also bearish, just coming down to this area now. We're coming into the clean traffic vicinity. Looking on the 1-hour time frame, 1 hour is still open at this point. It's got about like 23 minutes left. So I think if this 1-hour candle closes like a small body candle, the next 1-hour candle can just wick up and then continue breaking the low, and we can continue going down for the New York session. Looking on the 30-minute here as well, 30 minutes also, like, It's basically respecting this high. So this is the thing, for price to continue going bearish, it has to respect this high right over here. As long as we respect this high, I think we have a lot of room to continue down. So yeah, it should be a nice, easy, simple day here today for price to just continue bearish. Stops are about like 7 pips. TP is about like 12 pips. So just gotta wait for these candles to close, and then I think we should continue bearish at this point. Looking at the 15-minute here as well, we made a low, came this candle, created like a resistance overall. Now we're here at the 30-minute. All right, let's take a look at gold here. Gold. Gold is ranging. Yeah, it's got some room to drop down to support. It's also coming bearish over here. Looking at the 1 hour as well, looking at the 30-minute. 30 minutes doing like kind of like the same thing as JPY, trying to retrace to continue down, but we'll see what happens in this scenario. But looking at JPY, as long like once we break the low at 136.200, man, I think we're off. We are off to the races after that. All right, let's see here. Okay, we got a chart from the Gulag coming in right now. Gulag's active today. Okay, GJ 30-minute. Entry on a new 30-minute candle and expecting it to continue down. Secured over here, runs that break even. Yeah, very nice. Beautiful. Yeah, I kind of think the same thing's going to happen here. I mean, the 1 hour candle is going to close soon. And if the 1 hour candle closes like a small body candle, we know that the next one, once it breaks here, I'm going to add more positions and we're going to continue moving bearish. Man, it's going to be a great day today. It's a great day to make some money today.
Agreed. These are going to be the easiest sells for the week so far.
Yep. Let's not
let's not jinx it.
Yeah.
Oh, Macedonian.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, man.
$136,330. Okay, gold is about to range over here. If gold candle closes bullish, then we're ranging just side by side. Let's take a look at your JPY. Let's take a look at the Chinese indicator here. Take a look at the Chinese indicator. See, this is saying everything's going to range because, it's saying everything has like the same strength. But looking at price action is telling us that, okay, there's a possibility for it to continue down. And I think this trade is going to be better played out if we break below this low here, 136.200. Once we pass that level, yeah, we're gone.
I'm thinking of, if this goes bullish, taking an impulse trade once it breaks the low.
Yep, same idea. Two five eight 260. These lights are so bright. Currently in a CAD JPY sell. Oh, very nice, very nice. Okay. How do you account for spreads when going for 10 pips? Well, it's 10 pips is 10. If if your spread is 5 pips, then obviously you're looking for 10 pips apart from 5 pips. I mean, let's just be honest here. Ooh, we're coming up at this point. Let's take a look at 15 minutes. All right. This 15-minute candle is about to close. If it closes bullish, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close 50% at this point. And then once we break below the 136.200 level, and then I'm going to add the ones that close. Yeah, I think that's going to be a pretty good idea. Can you post the Zoom link in the FX fam chat? All right. Let's do that over here. I think I did post it. No, probably not. Are you depending on the candle trend of the 1 hour? Yes. So basically, the whole idea behind this trade is that we had a candle close, like, you know, we had okay. So we basically created a low. We created a low right over here, right? We had a little bit of a retracement, Once this wick was formed after the 15-minute candle closed bearish, right? Once it closed bearish, started to come down. I took an entry right over here, expecting price to break below 136.200, and then we can continue on moving down. But since the candle is coming up at this point right over here, so what I'm doing at this point is I'm closing 50% of my position, which is open. And once I close that position, because the only reason I'm closing 50% is because it's coming up, and it's the 15-minute candle is about to close. And if the 15-minute candle is closing bullish, it doesn't make sense to hold sells, right? It makes sense to kind of like mitigate risk at that point. Yeah, so close 50% right over there, letting the rest 50% run. And yeah, basically because 15-minute candle is closing bullish over here. So if the 15-minute is closing bullish, it gives it some chance for the next one to continue on as well, you know, which is why we're closing out some percentage of the risk over here. Man, the start of this week reminds me of my week, not last week, but the week previous than that, where I had a loss on Monday and a loss on Tuesday, and then came back strong.
Yeah, man.
Let's take a look here. This is the 15-minute candle is about to close, and 15-minute candle has closed bullish. Yeah, see, at this point, holding full sells doesn't make any sense, you know, when the candles are closing against you. We want candles to close in our favor. Now, even if this position gets stopped out, I think once we break below 136.200, we could give our trade a second chance. So that's what I'm going to wait for. I mean, if you look at the daily candle, daily is bearish, right? We look at the 4-hour candle, 4 hours is bearish, but it's kind of like, I think it's rejecting this area right over here. That's the whole problem, right? This was the only thing I was afraid of. Now we're rejecting this area, and we really want price to close below this area so we can continue on moving down. Let's take a look on the 1-hour time frame. 1 hour is also kind of like rejecting that area, but then we have one 1-hour candle that closed below that area. So this 1-hour candle is still open. So essentially now 1 hour is still bearish. I mean, even if it continues up, I know that, okay, if it stays below 136.400, then there's an opportunity for price to like, you know, make like a minor resistance and then continue on down. Looking on the 30 minutes also retracing. That's okay. My bias is still bearish. Looking on the 15 minute is where candles are turning against me, which is why I'm kind of like mitigating risk at that point. So yeah, we'll just wait and see what happens over here. So this is the area we need to break. 136,200. Your JPY looks like it's also retracing at this point here after it created a low. Made a low here, we're kind of like retracing, should make like a minor resistance and then continue down. What will happen to the online trader if Forex removed from this world? Well, then you can't trade. And that's it. So this is the time, man. Trade all you want at this time. Start over trading, start going really crazy on the charts right now. Because soon it's all gonna go away. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Everything's gonna stay the same for a very long time. So we'll see what happens as time passes by. All right, what's this? Bullish candle, no sells. Candle closed bearish, created resistance, entered sell, price came down, secured positions. Oh, beautiful. GPY 15 minute. Yeah, that's awesome. Let's take a look here. All right, so we got some USD news. Core durable goods. Durable goods. They're looking at actually good numbers here. Durable goods are looking at like a little bit less numbers, but overall we're looking at kind of like the same situation over here. And I think should be clean days over here unless we have any breaking news that come out later on. America's 10 richest people are 14 billion poorer as stock markets has its first day. Interesting. Ooh, pre-markets are pretty high at this point. We got 41 points positive, 53 points positive, 54 points positive. That's pretty good. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, when I look at this, I'm not looking at this to see where my pairs are going to move. It's just an old habit. Just an old habit I have. Hey, Raja, do you always set a hard stop loss on MetaTrader before you take the trade? Yes. There's a hard stop loss right over here, 136, 330. That's my hard stop loss. If 1 hour breaks the high, we could see 4 hour flip bullish to correct sells maybe. See, if the 1 hour breaks the high, then at that point, what you would want to see is you'd want to see a price closing back above 136,400, right? So let's take a look at from a selling and buying perspective. All right. So if we break above 136,400, then we're moving into a consolidation area. And if we measure this range, this is a 20 pip range, right? So you would need some sort of a support forming above 136,400 for price to continue up to correct this move, right? But if we stay below 136,400, let's say for example that price comes up, stops me out, and continues on and creates like a minor resistance at 136,400, that's going to be another opportunity to take a sell for price to continue down to retest this low. I think the sell was a little bit early, but at the same time, it was based on the fact that the 15-minute candle here closed bearish, right? And then the 30-minute candle closed bearish over here after making this liquidity wick. So I guess I was expecting this 30-minute candle to make a wick, continue down, break the low, and then we can have a nice, easy day over here. But seems like, it's going to be another losing day over here as it comes up to hit the stop loss, but we'll try to give this trade a second chance later on. Okay, range broken, retest of resistance, price made a low. Oh, these were early sells. These were the sells in, I guess, the London session. Beautiful. Have you made any plans for the election day? What pair will you trade? I'm probably not going to trade on election day because it doesn't make sense to trade on a high volatile day, right? Got to protect your gains. Speaker told that Forex is going to be closed for online traders. Why? I'm not sure Forex can be closed. It's probably not going to be closed, because if the Forex is closed, then I think what you need to do is you need to go and read about economics and read how can Forex be closed. You know, try to get some knowledge in that essence. So price is coming up over here. It's about to break the high, and as it's coming up to break the high, I closed a bunch of other positions, and at this point, I closed everything right over here. Trade one, so GJ sells. Lost about like 4 pips right over here. You know, I got really confident in this trade. I got confident. I opened a 20 lot, and I lost around $350 on that lot. You know, so now my next move is probably going to be so these sells didn't work out, right? My next move is going to be if I see price retrace a little bit more, and if it forms like a minor resistance, that's going to be the trade I'm going to take again. But if we start breaking the low at 136,200, I think I'm going to give my trade a second chance right over here. Yeah, yeah, it's still pretty good, pretty good. Let's take a look at some analysis over here. Buys if the 1 hour candle closes above 136,270. Okay, for price to continue up. Sells if we close below 270, create some sort of a minor resistance. See, the thing is, if we remove all analysis from here, right? And if you go to the 4-hour time frame, I mean, if the 4-hour candle stays above 136,270, then obviously, like, you know, we're creating a support to maybe retrace this move down. But if we look at this move down from a smaller time frame perspective, let's take a look at it from a 1-hour perspective, right? So obviously the 1-hour candles were creating a support right over here because we were closing at this point. We broke down, made a low, and now we're coming up to create like a minor resistance here. Let's take a look at the 30-minute now. So looking at the 30-minute, it's very clear that we are coming up over here. And then on the 30-minute, we see a support forming here, which may act as the resistance at this point. So if we look at it from a perspective of liquidity pulls, that's a big word I use, right? Liquidity pulls. So this whole area, this is a rejection area right over here. Because you can see when price was coming down, the price came down, made a wick, and rejected it. And the next candle, what time was this candle actually over here? Okay, so this was after London Open. So London Open candle, it came down, and the one after that, it came up and it grabbed liquidity in the same area right over here. So as this candle is coming up, it's looking left to see that, okay, my buddies over here, they grabbed liquidity before. So what's the probability that price is going to grab liquidity here again? Right? And that's something I'm waiting for over here. I'm waiting to see if we come up over here and if we do create some sort of a rejection to continue down or not. So we're waiting. So at the same time, I think if the sells didn't work, it makes no sense to take a buy, right? Like you have to wait. So 136,400 is going to be an area where I'm going to be looking for some sort of a minor resistance forming, and then we could take a trade coming down. All right. Let's take a look at it on the daily time frame. Yeah, see, this is the thing. It's all bearish. Everything is bearish. We just got to come into, oh, no, right over here. Looking at the daily here. Everything is bearish. We just got to come into some high volume times. I think it's going to be either today or it's going to be tomorrow. Today or tomorrow. So we'll see what happens.
I agree with you, Roger. If buys is going to be played out, it's going to be above. It's going to be above 136,570 for buys.
136.50. Okay, above this area right over here.
Yeah.
Above all this consolidation area.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason I'm going to look for buys is if we create some sort of support. That's the only time I'm going to be looking for buys at this point. Because if price closes above 136,400, and if we start forming a support, then this entire move down, it becomes a fake out. You know, and if it becomes a fake out plus also rejection on the 4-hour time frame, then we could say that, okay, if price couldn't maintain its move down, there's a probability, like, you know, once it comes up above 136,400, there's a probability it may come up here and then break above that point.
Because that area in the middle right there is too small. So
yeah, exactly. So I think waiting is very important at this point. Do you think the 4-hour candle is heading up to create a higher wick and get more liquidity to push down to 136 even? Yeah, I mean, the 4-hour candle is open at this point. It's got 2 hours left for it to close, so who knows what it's trying to do. The only thing we can do is wait for the candles to close. And the way this 1-hour candle is closing, if it closes at this point, it's closing below this support right over here. So we gotta wait. I mean, I have to wait. All right, let's take a look over here. This is your JPY, 30-minute 1-hour support broken right over here. Oh, so you're looking for a retest for price to come up, create like a minor resistance to go down. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing I'm looking at on GG as well. All right, let's take a look at this chart here. This entry was taken before the stream. Ooh, at the very bottom. Price broke the previous 30-minute candle, closed 50% of my position, reduced loss. Yeah, very good. Very good. I think if you're losing trades and you're managing risk, that's really, really good. You know, so I took a loss yesterday. Doesn't really matter, you know, moved on. Came on here today, took a trade, took a loss in that trade, really managed my risk at that point. It doesn't really matter because then we have Wednesday and Thursday. So essentially, like, you know, even if price comes up over here, I think Kevon's right. As we're coming up into the zone over here, I don't want to take a trade in this zone. I think I'm going to look for buys above 136,600 because this is a consolidation area over here. And I don't like this consolidation area.
Yeah, plus 570 will be like the top of the daily candle, previous one, of the body.
Exactly. And the only reason I don't like this consolidation is because there's this minor resistance over here and there's another resistance right over here. So I mean, as long as we form a support, I think if we can form a support down over here, I mean, it's only 8 pips away, and then this is like 15 pips away. This range is pretty small. It's not that big.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Yeah, not worth it. If you want to be profitable, just take the trades opposite to Raja Banks. Yes. Man, I knew that's gonna come here pretty soon. All right, let's take a look here. This is Euro New Zealand. Waiting for support to break. Overall goal is down over here. I think overall goal should be right over here. Would it make sense to take this trade? From my opinion, the range is too small. Nah, I think this could be a nice goal over here. As we break the support, we can continue down to this area at this point. Oh, this is the same situation over here. Price coming down on Euro New Zealand. It's the same chart. What if it creates a resistance at where it's at right now? Well, then we'll have to wait and see what happens. Because at this point, I'm just waiting for the 30-minute candle to close. So I got 30 minutes to wait to see what's going to happen. All right, let's take a look over here. Buying target 137 as clean traffic to the left, buying above 136,600. Yes. I agree with this 100%. Because now if we look on the 1 hour time frame, this is what we have right over here. This is a consolidation range. This is not a good range to trade. And then we got this clean range here to trade. And then we got this clean range here to trade. And after we break below this range, we have another clean target all the way down over here, right? So what I got to do is I have to stay away from this red area. The red area is a red zone, no go, it's danger, it's caution right over here. A break above 136,600 buys there, or if we close below 136,400 with confirmations of resistance, then we can continue down. So I'm going to be waiting for candles to close to give my trade a second chance. And yeah, I think it should be pretty good. Man, if this was like, let's say, 3 years ago on a 20 lot, my loss would be at least $1,000, $1,200, $1,400. That's like $350 loss. Just because, you know, managing risk, closing partial positions, and it's beautiful.
I don't know how you open a 20 lot and lose $300, man, Jerry.
Close 50%. Whenever, okay, so
I closed like 50% too, and I had a 130 lot open because I thought that was a high risk trade, and I was planning to add a 10 lot at the bottom of the break, and I lost $91.
Okay. Yeah. Whenever I get skeptical, like, you know, when price moves against you and you're like, yeah, I don't know if it's going to go in my direction or not, right? Whenever that tiny bit of doubt comes in my mind, boom, I close 50% right there. Because that doubt creates fear, you know, and whenever you're getting afraid while you're in the trade, it's always better to remove that fear. And the best way to remove that fear is to close like a part of your position. Close 50%, 25%, 75%, whatever you want to close, but get rid of that fear. Once that fear was gone, then I was like, okay, you know what? If this 15-minute candle closes bullish, then I'm going to close another 50%. And that's what I did right over here. And then once we started breaking the high, I was like, okay, you know what? It's going to continue heading up. So it's better to just let the trade go. So I closed the trade. Price went up.
It's like you got an allergic reaction to the losses, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because I remember when I was getting consistent and I was winning trades, I was closing trades early. And it's that saying, they say that, hey, like, you know what, get impatient with your losses and get patient with your wins. So I was doing the opposite. I was getting impatient with my wins, but I was getting patient with my losses, you know, because I was holding my drawdowns.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I do every time. So your trades are bigger than mine, but then I scale mine up to see how much I would have lost if I'd taken if I'd opened up the same trade. I mean, I opened that same trade as you, and I would have lost $800. But scaling it downwards because my lot was a lot smaller, it's still not as good as yours. So there's still, I've got to try figure out bits and bobs to close and kind of what's the word, work my way back to kind of retro analyze it, you know.
Yeah.
If that was a 10 lot I opened, I would have lost $500. And you opened a 20 lot and lost $300. Man.
300. Yeah, that's my flex right there.
Yeah, that's pro level, man.
I'm asking. Oh, Yeah, so we're going to see what happens there next. I mean, either I want to sell below the low of 136,200, or we're going to see if we form some sort of a resistance here for price to continue down. So we'll have to wait. Hey, have you ever heard of HFX Market? Yes, he's one of my students. This is GJ, rejection, rejection, rejection. Took an impulse sells when the low of the previous candle got broken right over here. When price got to this point, become more concerned. All right, close 50% of my position. And I think then you got stopped out right over here. Beautiful. Price came down, you looked left, there was a rejection there. So what's the probability we're going to reject it again? And that's it. Why 90% of traders always lose in Forex? Because most people don't have discipline, they don't have control over themselves. Most people can't stick to 1 to 2 trades a day. Sometimes what happens is now, I remember the first week of October was extremely hard. It was extremely difficult week. Price was ranging, wasn't really printing things the way we wanted them to print. And a lot of people lost a lot of money, because they take a loss. And after that loss, you would like to take another trade, you take another trade, and then once you get into that cycle of over trading, man, it's hard to let it go. It's like when you get into an argument with somebody, and you want to constantly argue. It's the same thing with price. Like when you lose a trade, you just can't let the charts go. You're just like, okay, you know what, this thing is going to move up, let me just take a buy. You take a buy, price comes down, it turns into sell, you close that trade, you take a sell, and then that sell doesn't work out, price goes up. Yeah, it's pretty hard. 10 trades a day keeps the doctors away. No, I think 10 trades a day, doctors, they stay with you. Don't you think your JPY is going to go bullish? Price has respected the support in 30 minutes. So your JPY basically made a low in a downtrend, right? So let's do full analysis here based from the daily and whatever. So looking at the daily candle is bearish at the moment. It came down, kind of like wicking up. Maybe it's rejecting in the same way the daily candle on 23rd October rejected. So we're just like, okay, let's take a look on the 4-hour. Looking at the 4-hour, 4-hour is also rejecting this strong support over here. So we're going to draw a support right down over here, and price is coming up right now. Let's take a look on the 1-hour here. So 1-hour also came down to a strong support. And what 1-hour did was basically it broke below the support at 123,800, and it made a low at 123,500, almost like 30 pips away. And now price is coming up. So looking on the 30-minute right now, 30-minute is approaching a minor resistance at this point. And I think looking from a price action perspective, what's basically happening here is that price made a low and now it's coming up. So whenever price is trending, right? Whenever price is trending bullish or bearish, it's always going to make a high or it's going to make a low. Whenever it makes a high or make a low, then there's a high probability that that low or that high is always going to get retested. So I think there's a 80% chance it's going to get retested. And the only way you're going to see that retest is going to be if we see some sort of a resistance forming at this point over here. Once the resistance is formed, you take the trade, there's going to be a high probability for price to continue down. Hey, so I practice on a 1 cent lot. The big issue I face is that I can't manage risk on 1 cent. So if I lose, I lose full position, and same for the wins. What do you say? Yeah, I think try 0.02 so that you can close 50%. Yeah, because you can't break down 0.01, right? There's nothing smaller than 0.01. Maybe 0.005. But can't do that. Hey, could you do your how to be part of the move on GJ at London Open? Oh. I think it was right over here when candle closed bearish right here to continue down, or even like, when we broke this low over here to continue down. How much should I start with to open my account? I think you should start with the amount which you are willing to lose. If you're okay with losing a specific amount, start with that. If a profitable trader gained profit in market, is there any organization to hire him? Yes. I think what you need to do is you need to look at any proprietary funds or firms in your area and then go with that. But I'm pretty sure they will require some sort of certifications as well. It's not going to be pretty easy. Not going to be easy, mate. All right, let's take a look here. This is GJ, 15-minute. Expect price to go up if you break above this level. Okay. Expect price to go down if you break below this level. Enter the trade when price closed below the level and close at 8 pips profit. Then price starts to go up. Then I close under 50%, managing risk. Yeah, it's pretty good. You manage risk. I think a lot of people at this time were really looking for GPGPY to continue down. And if you took this trade, you managed risk, that was still pretty good. And right now price is just entering this consolidation area, which I'm not going to be a part of. I think I'm going to be a part of a trade above 136,600 or below 136,400 or even 200. So we'll have to wait. Let's do here. Are CFA certifications valid? I am not sure. I think you need to ask the firm you're looking into. How much account does he have? I have it's pretty small. It's not that big. Like, if I look at it, if I look at people around me, I mean, my account isn't that big. It's around maybe like around above 250,000, but like in the biggest spectrum, it's not that big at all. It's pretty small. Like the people that I talk to and hang out with, it's not that big. Do you have any backtesting tips that helped make a difference in your live trading? Yes. The number one backtesting tip I can give everyone is to maybe, if you're going to focus on one pair, just focus on one pair in one session for, I'd say, for about 3-4 months, right? Just start watching that pair for the first 3-4 months. Because what I was doing was, there was a time when we started to trade US 30, right? And when I was looking at US 30, what I found out was that the time I trade pre-New York, and then I call it a day at like NYC Open. NYC Open is like where most of US 30 starts to move. So I started to look at US 30 during the times I usually trade. And what I found out in my 2 months was that US 30 generally didn't have enough volume for me to trade it profitably in pre-New York. So I looked at it for 2 months. I couldn't find any, time of volume. So I was like, okay, you know what? This is not the pair for me to trade. But I've been looking at GPJPY for the past 2.5 years. And the thing about currency pairs is like all currency pairs, they have different personalities, right? And it's very important for you to get used to those personalities. Now, GJ, we know it's very erratic. Sometimes it has a lot of volume. If you look at something like your JPY is less erratic than GPJPY, and it has even less volume there too. So different pairs have different personalities, and you can see here on your JPY, we're turning bearish at this point. And if we do turn bearish, I think we're going to continue bearish and come down to retest the low at 123,500. Same with GPJPY here as well, kind of like rejecting that area there. Aren't you concerned about the resistance support at 136,720? 720. Yeah, so we're going to talk about that once price comes up towards the 136,600. Right now, price is down over here, so we can only focus on at this point right over here. Because when we start talking about at this area right here, then we're kind of like deviating from where price is right now. How long did it take you to build from 700 to 250? I didn't build it from 700 to 250. It was a gradual increase, like once I saw that, okay, I was getting consistent, I started adding money, added 10,000, traded that. Then there was a time I added 15,000. So it's just like, once you get confident, you start adding money. It's like the same thing as like, if let's say someone doesn't have access to funds, or let's say if someone doesn't have any money saved, right? So if you're getting consistent, let's say you're starting with a $500 account and you're getting consistent, you're like, okay, in the past 3-4 months, you've made $1,500, so now your account went from 500 to 1,500. Once you get that consistency in your account and you want to trade with bigger money, then you start looking at some funding companies, where people can give you an amount to trade for a fee and stuff like that. Like we have a lot of companies here. We're going to have one of those companies on Friday as a guest. So they can talk more about it, but that's what you can start looking into. If you don't have access to funds, but if you're getting consistent, I think that's the perfect time to say, okay, you know what? Now I'm going to start to work with a firm or, something along those lines. If Forex closes, do you think you will become a cam model? Probably I'm going to go into gaming if Forex closes. So yeah, we're just waiting over here. I'm just waiting for the statement to close.
Going into gambling FOMO.
Gambling FOMO?
Yeah. I can't get near a casino, bro. Like, it gives me goosebumps.
I'm in a buy at 136,200. I don't know why, but I think it created too many shadow at bottom, maybe to go up. Yeah, I think if price goes up, I'm going to be willing to take buys at 136,600. Yeah, 136,600. And I'm not sure why people are talking about Forex is closing. I don't know where that topic came from, but it's not happening. So let's just relax over there. Roger's gonna open OnlyFans. Yes, I'm gonna open OnlyFans, and only my true fans are gonna be able to join me there for fire signals. Oh, I think that's a
good idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You using OnlyFans for signals? Lit.
Yeah, like who said OnlyFans has to be only to show your body?
Right?
OnlyFans can be to share information.
Shoot, I've been scammed before.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. OnlyFans is about sharing information with your fans.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think, yeah. All right. So as we're waiting for this candle to close, it's closing back in this range, and this is the range I don't want to take a trade in. I want to take a trade above 136,600. Raja, do you enter on 1 hour candles? If they give me some confirmations, only then I enter on the 1 hour candles. But as this candle is coming to a close, now here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about this range. Yeah, this is not a big range. This is like a 13 pip range. I don't want to take a trade in this range. No, I'm going to take a trade above 136,600, above this resistance pair. Is there a reason why you only focus on GJ? Yes, I've been trading GJ for a very long time, and I think I understand that pair pretty much. Like me and GJ, we have history together. So that's why I focus on GJ. GJ has taken me on some pretty violent rides in the past, and I've taken GJ on some nice rides too. So so that's why we like GJ. It's like there was a time when I was not consistent, and I was looking to find consistency. And what I was doing was I was reading stories about good traders. I was looking at autobiographies, and I was reading to see what were the qualities of good traders. And what I found was that most of the traders, they only focused on, let's say, oil, or they focused on gold, they focused on cable. So the over majority was that they only focused on one or two pairs, or even one or two instruments. They only focused on like a few things over there. So at that point, I was like, hey, like, you know what? It makes sense just to focus on just one thing, or maybe at the most two things. Because I remember when I was new, I was looking at four pairs at the same time. And sometimes what would happen is that if you're looking at, let's say, for example, you're looking at your JPY, right? You're looking at your JPY and you're looking to wait to see if it forms resistance so you can take a sell. And if you have other pairs open at the same time and you're really getting in the technical analysis of these pairs, let's say you're looking at gold, you're looking at this resistance turn support for price of gold to continue going up, and then you start looking at GPJPY, you're looking at the same thing on GPJPY to create like a bearish candle. So while you're doing all this stuff, you might miss a trade on your JPY, right? And that used to happen to me a lot. Like I'd be waiting for a trade on one pair, and then I would get distracted by six other pairs, and then I'd miss the move on your JPY, the move I was actually waiting for. So that came to the point that, hey, like, you know what, I really have to focus on just one pair so I don't miss moves. I mean, that's the first thing, just don't miss moves. And if you see some confirmations, you execute on that trade, right? Just like right over here, I saw a confirmation of a sell, I executed on the trade, I took that sell. And what was the probability that this sell is going to work out? I think the probability was pretty high. There was at least 60 to 70% probability that that trade would have worked out. But then again, with anything in life, there's a probability that it may not happen. So there was a less probability it will not work out. And look, it came up, stopped me out, and it did not work out. So when things don't work out, you have to manage risk. When things do work out, you got to say, okay, like, you know what, I deserve this trade. So it was a 20 lot. If I would have won, I would have won around $2,000 to $2,400. But if I lost the trade, I lost $350. So you always got to manage risk. Like if you're increasing your lot sizes, you have to have enough control on yourself to cut those losses short as well. Because man, once you go up your lot sizes and you don't cut your losses short, that drawdown just becomes bigger and bigger. So you gotta be very careful. Are you going to get back on gold? I don't know. I don't think so. Gold is really hard. Gold is extremely hard to trade. What I've been noticing, and I've been noticing clean moves on gold during the London session. That's what I've been noticing in the past 2-3 weeks. So New York has been pretty choppy. If the 30-minute candle closes bearish below 136,400, is that a good selling anticipation to retest the low? Yeah, we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait. I don't think so. I mean, if we close bearish over here, I don't like it. And the only reason I don't like it is because there's this situation over here. There's this minor resistance kind of area right over here. So I think I might look for sells below 136,200. Because here's the thing. If I'm going to give my trade a second chance, right? I want to give the trade a second chance at a very high probability setup. And I think a setup is going to be extremely high probability if we break below 136,200. Other than that, I'm not looking into taking another trade. So I'm either looking for buys above 136,600 or I'm looking for sells below 136,200. In here, it just doesn't really, compel me to look for a trade. You said you don't trade gold while recently you traded one. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, come on. I've been training for a long time. I have enough experience to kind of like dabble here and there. Man, people call you out on everything. It's like if I go to London, oh, you went to London, I thought you would never go to London again. I'm a grown man. I can do whatever I want. Hey, good morning. I love your advice and hear you stress the importance of researching pairs before you trade. Can you walk us through your process of researching websites or apps we can use for stats and info? I think one app you can use is called Stinu. Stinu is a pretty good app. Yeah, Stinu. Stimulus package. Stinu. Yeah, this app is pretty good. So you can calculate your lot sizes and everything like that. All right, let's take a look at this, your JPY over here. Overall trend is bearish. I agree with that. Trend is bearish. We're waiting for a resistance to form. Then entering a sell when candle closes bearish. Yes. Hit my stop loss limit with Asian and pre-New York. Thanks a lot, guys. See you tomorrow. See you. I think if you hit your stop loss limit with Asian session, just remove Asian session. I completely removed Asian session from my trading plan. I don't trade Asian session anymore. Hey, someone asked if there are any Arabic speaking students in your group. If you can only speak Arabic, then you can't come into my group because it's in English. Hey, can you look at my thought on GU? All right, let's take a look at GU. GU, waiting for price to break above channel to enter buys. That actually looks good. If we zoom in over here, and I'll tell you why it looks good. It looks good is because you have this resistance forming over here. You're waiting for price to break above here. Not only is it going to be break above that resistance, it's also going to be break above this trend line you have. And then you have this clean traffic to the left-hand side. See these clean candles? This is a good range for price to come up. So I think it's pretty good. All right, back to GJ. Oh, too zoomed in over here. Time to zoom it out. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a waiting day over here. I have to go to work, dinner, and I don't want to watch live stream, trading live. Well, you can have dinner at home. And yeah, I mean, work dinners. You know, when I was working, I would never go to like work parties or work dinners or those work things over there, because I mean, if I'm going to see the same people at work every day, why would I want to see them in the evening at the same time? I mean, didn't even make sense at that point, unless they were friends, you know, and we had other interests. But
like, I'm tired of seeing you.
Yeah.
From 9 to 5, I ain't gonna see you again.
Yeah, like outside work in the parking lot, we can hang out for a little bit.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
That's it.
You know, you drink your little coffee, you talk
Talk
shit about your boss, and then go back to work. But parties and things like that, nah, that keep me out.
Yeah, like once I was done work, I'm done work. I'm not gonna look back in the building and stare what the hell they're doing inside. No, I'm done. And I think that's the same approach people should have with trading as well. You know, like if you have your set time you're going to trade, and if you sit beyond that time looking at charts, it's the same thing as once you're done from work, you're looking at the building, you're like, wonder what Kathy's doing inside. Wonder what Jonathan's doing inside. No, man, you go home. No one sits there in the parking lot looking at the building. I wonder what they're doing inside. We all go home.
Kathy and Jonathan stay in the parking lot. Talking shit for like 7 hours.
Yeah, you're like, screw Kathy and Jonathan. I'm going home right now. So same thing with trading. You know, when it's 9 a.m. hits, bro, my mind says, oh, screw GJ. It's time to go to the gym. And I just leave.
Yeah, it's the same thing I do.
Yeah. Whether it's the winning day, whether it's a losing day, I just call it a day. That's it. my time is ended, because we're day traders, and when you're a day trader, you need to have set amount of hours. Because once you have set amount of hours, then you have, like, what's the word? You have
a routine.
Yes, exactly. So you have like a set routine. Yeah.
Like click the like button for Kathy and Johnny. So we don't wait.
Click the like button.
I'm only gonna take another second trade if we break above 500. If not, then I'm not doing anything.
I don't know, man.
Like this is just annoying.
Okay, here's the thing. So 15 minutes ago, I was thinking of taking a buy if we break above the previous 30-minute candle. But then I measured this range. It was the minor resistance 4 pips away. So I was like, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. And then I said, okay, what if I take a buy above 500 level right over here? I measured the range. It was like, what, like
yeah, it's not worth it, right?
10 pips. I was like, yeah, no, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
So it's gonna wait to take a buy above this area here. That's it.
You know that looking at the 4-hour candles is basically just making retest to the previous 4-hour bearish, and I'm expecting 136,500 to be respected, but I'll be looking for sales below 136,400 and going, because my next level, the the real take profit for these sales should be around 135,850. That's my next interesting zone over there. Let me see if I can draw something here, because basically this area right here, there's not much going on in this area. So basically my real area is this one right here, this area right here. This 4-hour candle was strong, closing below this area right here. So this candle right now is basically just forming some sort of retest to the previous 4-hour candle. Once prices start going down based on the 30 minutes, if you go to the 30 minute, please. Yeah, once prices start breaking below this area right here, again, clearing these wicks, we're heading downtown. So
Yes.
so basically that's my play. I'm not gonna be looking for buys on GG because first of all, this is a small range, and you already said that. So to break this area right here, it's gonna be really hard. You may get a pin to this area right here to the upside and reject it. The same thing that happened on Tuesday or Monday last week. Basically, we had a news coming out. We came all the way up to retest the previous daily resistance, and we were heading downtown. But as price respect this area right here.
I see what you're saying about the 4-hour break and
Yeah.
retest.
Yeah. So basically, if we respect that area right there, we may get a small pull, and then boom, going to this area. And from here, the cells are gonna be even deeper. That's my play basically. I'm not, like I said, I'm not looking for buys at all on GG, because we had a strong 4-hour candle closing below that support that we had since yesterday. Yesterday was a small range.
Right. It was a strong break.
Yeah, so it
So
was a
might
strong
retest
break.
that
For me
area.
at this point, it doesn't make sense to take buys unless it was a fake out on the 4-hour. But for that, I will need price to break above 136,650 basically, because I wanna at that point to take buys. I I wanna clear this wick right here. So for me, there's no way I can take buys right here unless we clear this price right here. Yes, I'm taking buys probably to this area, but other than that, no. Just keep that in mind. If we respect
Yeah, no,
136,
makes
500.
sense. Can you take a look at my earlier trade? I'm trying to make up my mind and trying to figure out finding a right trade. Do you think I'm in the right track? All right, let's take a look here. This is GU. Oh, support formed. Didn't take a trade because there isn't enough range. Minor support to be formed. Took a buy once price broke the high and closed full position under 14 pips. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. I think if you would have had the arrow exactly where you entered, but I can kind of like guess you entered right over here for price to continue up. So I think it's pretty good. After that rejection, once we broke the high, we broke this consolidation to continue up as well. So I think it was a pretty good trade for price to continue up. Kerwin is a wise man. Yes. Kerwin is wise beyond his years.
Everyone got long hair.
Someone said, is that cheat? Like you're from Cheech and Chong? You seen that movie?
Is that Cheech?
No.
No way, from Cheech and
No.
Chong.
You haven't seen that movie? Let me pull it up over here.
You don't know who Cheech and Chong is? No. Cheech with a little beanie.
Yeah.
Oh man, no,
These were
no,
Cheech
no,
and
no,
Chong.
no, no.
You're the vato loco.
Vato loco. No.
The vato
Yeah.
loco. And Tommy's the
I'm gonna,
hippie.
I'm gonna watch a movie.
You've
Cheech
never
and Chong.
seen Cheech and Chong? No,
No.
way. That's
Oh,
crazy.
it's hilarious, man.
It's a classic.
Yeah, it's hilarious, Cheech and Chong.
What about Harold and Kumar? That's another one.
That was racist. All right. Harold and Kumar, man, that was also a hilarious movie.
Yeah, that was funny. Come on, I admit it.
White Castle Burgers.
The
Man,
White Castle. The road
Yeah.
to White Castle.
I used to be in Pakistan, right? And we saw that movie. And when I saw that movie, I was like, oh, wow. So at White Castle Burgers, this is all real? You know, and then when I came to Canada, I came to PEI. PEI is like a small province where they have like 32,000 people there, right, in the province. No, like 100,000 people in that entire province. So I came over there. I started asking people for White Castle burgers. I'm like, hey, you got a White Castle burger over here? They're like, no, man. They're like, where'd you hear that? I'm like, oh, this movie I saw in Pakistan.
What about when they escape out of
Oh,
Guantanamo Bay?
Yeah.
This is another one.
Oh, what's this? I have a question on profits. From 10 pip profits versus taking profit from runners. Okay. You had mentioned that runners will hit your stop after moving to break even 9 out of 10 times. Yes. Have you ever added up what your profits would be from 10 trades if you always close your full amount at 10 pips? And if this profit is more than what the one runner trade would be? No, I haven't looked into that information. But what I do know is that sometimes when I close out my partial of a trade, and if I leave a runner running, and if that runner continues running, sometimes that runner, it always gives me the same profit as the same amount of profit I closed before I let the runner run. That's what I've noticed and seen. So your partial lot is 25%. Yeah, Mark, if you can send the messages publicly because everyone can see it anyway. I mean, you know, so it's usually 25%, 20%. Depends on what's happening, right? Depends on how I feel about the trade as well. Like sometimes it just depends. Sometimes I'll close 75%. Sometimes I'll close 50%. So it all depends on how I feel in that trade. So you have to go through. I think to really understand closing partial positions, you have to go through a bunch of scenarios like that live, right? You have to go through drawdowns at least 15 to 20 times so that you can get the idea of, okay, at what situations should I be closing 75%? At what situations should I be closing 50%? So you're going to start to recognize those ideas as price forms in drawdown. So when you go in drawdown, I think that's a very good learning opportunity as well. Because man, when I go in drawdown, I just get excited about closing the least amount I can. What's this? You guys are hilarious. Thanks for being a positive light in the Forex community. Yeah, man, Forex is boring. I mean, when you're trading by yourself, you're looking at your JPY quietly, just looking at the charts, just waiting, looking, and then you go to gold, and then you're just waiting, looking, and then you go to GJ, you're just waiting, looking, just looking quietly. And then when you're on the streams, you're waiting, looking, and someone says something out of the ordinary. You're like, wait, what? And it breaks your entire concentration, because once you're concentrating on the move, on the pair, on the candles, that concentration leads you to enter a dumbass trade. And when you enter that dumbass trade, most times those trades don't work. So I think when you're on this, when I'm on the stream now, I think my discipline has gone through the roof being on the stream anyway, because now I know I'm looking for buys above 136,600 and sells below 136,200. Because if I execute at these areas on the live stream, I think I'm going to have a much higher probability to winning a trade. And then everyone will say, oh, wow, man, such a nice trade.
Hi, Raja.
Hey.
Yeah, I joined late. I was wondering in which candle you lose 4 pips?
Oh, it was so once this candle closed bearish, and then I saw the 15-minute candle right over here closing bearish. So let's remove this area over here, right? And then I took a sell right over here on this 15-minute candle.
Okay.
For it to continue down.
So you thought it's retracing and it will come back?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Exactly.
But it didn't, so I managed my risk and closed out my trade. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, I saw your video yesterday. I got really busy, so I couldn't reply. So we're going to talk about that today.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Okay. All right, let's take a look over here. Ooh, we got GA. GA, no trade range, pretty difficult. I think what can be done at this point is probably something like this over here. Because if you can get a candle closing even above this area right over here, I think that could warrant a pretty good move going all the way up over here. Because you can see like all these candles to the left, they didn't really close above this area. So even if you can get one candle closing above that area, then that candle is doing something which this candle couldn't do, these candles over here, these candles couldn't do those things. So that's going to be your gladiator candle. A gladiator candle is like a big warrior candle that's paving the way for the next candles to continue up. So kind of like tell stories by looking at candles. So I think that's a pretty good idea. Man, sales in GA looks way cleaner because you got this bigger range over here. GA normally has pretty big ranges. Do you have open positions right now? No, I have no trade open right now. Nothing. I have nothing open right now. I'm waiting for these situations here. Hey, bro, this was my original plan for the London session. Price didn't move how I expected. Decided not to change my bias and missed the trade. Can I have your opinion, please? Let's take a look over here. Potential target was up over here for runner. Target closed partial. Waiting for buys above this candle. Stop loss. Oh, so it didn't play out, basically. I don't know what happened. Were you looking for
I think he was looking for buys, Roger. Maybe
Yesterday?
not today. I think now maybe he's looking for buys. But I can't actually. Now I'm getting confused as well now.
Then why did he write I missed the trade when
Yeah,
trade didn't even?
Yeah.
I guess that's maybe Asian sessions somewhere.
I don't know. I'm confused here. I'm totally confused. Because here it says potential target over here, target here, but then he says I missed the trade when price didn't even move up. So I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, in fact, after those candles, price went down.
Yeah, so he didn't miss the trade because price never even moved up. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. He means he missed the downside. No, because his target is over here. How can a target be above price if you're missing a downside trade?
Maybe he meant to say like he placed some buy stop or something else and it didn't went up and he missed it.
No,
Maybe.
but he said no, man. Price. Yeah.
No.
This is like a puzzle.
Yeah, exactly.
Because here's the thing, price never went up, right? Look at this. Price never went above 136,600 today. You look right here, price never even went above 136,600. And you have saying target over here, potential target here, and then you wrote and missed the trade. How can you miss a trade when that trade hasn't even happened? That's where I'm confused.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Yes,
I'm
very
confused
confusing.
too looking at it.
Yeah.
So he's looking for buys, I think, overall. He got run.
It's like saying, okay, it's like saying, okay, so I'm looking for sells below 136,200 and I'm going to take profits at 136. Here's my chart and I missed the trade. And when someone looks at it, they're like, well, the trade didn't even happen. So how can you miss the trade? Like, you know what I'm trying to say?
Language barrier. He wanted to say something and.
Yeah, it could be a language barrier. I don't know. But.
Or maybe it's from the 26.
But the buying idea makes sense. Let's put it that way. Yeah, the buying idea makes sense about 136,600.
Roger, man, you need to add a line for the gulag so they could dial in.
Like a phone line?
Yeah, man, that'd be pretty cool.
All right, let me
50
give them a
cents
number.
per call.
Let me give them a number right over here.
Make sure it's a Google number.
Yeah. That number is going to be 945 658.
No, that's Kevon. That's Kevon number.
That's Kevon. Oh yeah, I can't remember the Florida number.
954.
I'm like 954. I know that number.
Dial in.
I wasn't even paying attention.
Oh, man. Come on. You're about to get rusted.
Oh man, I got everyone's numbers over here, and everyone's got my number.
For 50 bucks, I'm gonna give the Raja's number to anybody. You know what? I'm gonna give it for free. Just call 1-800 Raja Banks.
So basically, what they mean is, I think there's a language barrier. So this makes sense over here, the buying analysis, and this is the same thing I'm looking at for buying analysis. But there was a huge learning barrier, man.
It's buys he's looking at. I can understand that much. But where you guys see he missed the trade? Where he stated that?
Oh, in the Zoom chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of her.
Yeah, it's one of our own.
Man, I thought that was from the gulag.
No, it's one of our own people.
Yeah, I guess he missed me. He said I missed like it didn't work out. It didn't went out. Something like he's trying to say.
Oh, he missed the bearish move looking for buys.
Oh,
Okay.
makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. You know, like yesterday I had a buying analysis right over here, right? I had a buying analysis and I took a buy, price came down, stopped me out. But when price was about to stop me out, we kind of like broke down how sells are going to play out as well. You know, so my bias was buys and I didn't change my bias to sells. I didn't take those sells. I just watched them play out. So that's totally fine, you know. But when you're missing moves, you should always look to see that, okay, how could you have taken that trade? You know, so next time when it happens, you're kind of like ready at that point. Hello, I sent an email to the sisters to reserve a seat. How long does it take you to reply to the email so I can guarantee that you have received it? I've received it, don't worry. Like, when you go to vote, is there like a message saying that they received the vote? No, right? You just put the vote in the box and you expect that the vote has been counted. Sometimes your votes don't get counted. It's the way it is, you know, but most times they do get counted. Yeah, we're approaching 136,500 over here. I think this is going to be amazing buys above 136,600. Amazing, amazing buying opportunity above 136,600. And trust me, I've received all emails. I've received like 150 emails in the last 6 days. Raja talks like a father sometimes. Because I am the father. When I went to prison this weekend, the machine says my vote. You went to vote in the prison? Oh, in person. Oh. All right, let's take a look at this chart over here. So at this time, just waiting to see if we break above or we continue down to break below. But now, since it's closing back in the range, this move now becomes a fake out, right? This move down becomes a fake out now. So if we do break above, I think we're going to go continuing moving up over here. I kind of want to do the same thing I did last week, and it was a dumbass decision I made last week. I was thinking about having a buy stop at 136,600 in case, you know, Brexit happens and price moves up. We're probably not going to do that. We'll see. I'm probably going to do it and not tell anyone.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Still gonna hang you for either
Are you
way.
expecting the Brexit today?
No, man.
No. Bullish 1 hour could have waited for bearish to print, not clean traffic at all. Dirty price action. Dirty price action with a dirty trade. It didn't really work out. Yeah. There was no sells at that point. 50% of the gulag just placed buy stops. Can you imagine? Pound USD looking like the 1 hour candle closing bullish. DXY is a bearish flag. Oh, falling. Let's take a look at Pound USD here for some Pound USD traders. Let's take a look at Pound USD. Oh, Pound USD is coming up over here. Looking at the daily. Daily is rejecting a support. 4 hours also coming up. 4 hour is basically rejecting a support down over here. It's moving really bullish here pretty fast. 1 hour is also closing above this minor resistance. And then we have a range up at, I think, 3,700. Yeah, let's measure this range. Oh, this is 39. It's a pretty good range over here, 28, 30 pip range. Very nice. So I think on GPUSD, we could, if we could see some sort of a retracement, I think we could take a, not we, but like, you know, it could be a good buying opportunity kind of to come up. And then the same situation may happen with GPJPY above 136,600. Me and Bizzle are making a fan club for that Indian guy. Can you tell his name?
Yeah, this Bizzle guy, he's
And
funny, man.
he's Pakistani. I don't know
Yeah,
why people
I think.
call it.
Oh, put Bizzle Tree in a timeout now.
It's the 27th October. It's obvious that you are a major scammer. That's absolutely true. We do scam people every day. You be losing all the time. You're hitting stop losses like I hit him from the back. Yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. That's trading. You ever take into consideration the correlation of pair prices, UJ, GU, GJ price? The thing about looking for correlations about USDJPY and GPJPY, for example, is that GPJPY and USDJPY, they don't correlate in the New York session. And the reason why is that USDJPY is only being influenced by the US dollar in the New York session. GPJPY is only being influenced by the pound in the New York session. The only time they correlate a lot is your JPY, GPJPY, USDJPY are in the Asian session, because in the Asian session, these pairs are only being influenced by the yen. So that's something to look into. Hey, good morning. Woke up, already got my trade done for the day. It's a month and still consistent. Oh, wow, I'm up 50%. Hope you don't mind me taking trades with you. Learned so much here. Oh, beautiful, man. 50%. That's actually pretty sick. I think I did 40% in May. I did 40% in May. April was such a good, I think April was the month that really, really put me on. Yeah. Spreads are so high on Okta FX broker. It's 14 pips for GJ and 10 for GU. Oh, wow, man. 14 pip spread.
Probably means 1.4.
That means this range is your spread right over here.
No, it can't be.
Can you
14
imagine?
micros, 1.4.
Yeah, you probably meant 1.4.
Yeah, it should be micros. All right, looks like we're coming up over here. Got a break above 136,600. Activate my buy stop and then continue on. Just joking. But above 136,600 should work pretty well. I wanted to go for a short. It hit my stop loss first before going down. Any comment on this trade? I have no idea whether you took the short on whatever time frame. No idea you took a short at whatever time or at whatever pair. We don't have the information, so I can't give you any advice on that. A fractional disparity, GU, GJ, and man, all these overthinking ideas over here. We have risk off sentiment sometimes. Do we get inverse reaction on GU and GJ? Yeah, sure. I mean, that works. How much do you think a pro can make in a week? It depends on how big their account is. So far, a pro like me has made... Oh, okay. I've made negative $79 so far this week. That's pretty good. Running in a drawdown. Hey, I want to get your opinion on buy stops. Could you give it a look over here? Let's take a look over here. I was at charts over here. Looking at the fact that price rejected this level previously on the 1 hour over here. Okay. Closing bullish. This is GU. Ignore the fact the price did break above, would have putting buy stops above. Yeah, I think having a buy stops above here would have made sense because the thing is when you're putting buy stops, having buy stops and taking impulse entries is kind of like the same thing. I mean, let's say if price comes up over here and starts kind of like consolidating, and then someone could say, okay, you know what, I'm going to take an impulse entry above this wick right over here, let's say at 136,650. Or someone would say, okay, instead of taking an impulse entry, what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to have a buy stop up over here. So impulse entries and buy stops, they're kind of like the same thing. The only difference is that you're letting the buy stop get activated automatically while you're not on the charts, and the impulse entry is when you're entering at market price, basically.
I took
Yeah.
a small entry right now.
Oh, a small buy right over here,
Yeah.
just below resistance.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
I'm anticipating that it breaks,
In the
4 pips up.
in the back of Mac's mind, he's like, "Oh shit."
See how it goes.
It's below resistance, man. Doesn't make any sense.
But
It
it could break.
makes If you're going to take a trade below resistance, it's better to take it above resistance. Below resistance, it's risky. Above resistance, you still have some chance that
I
okay,
ought to
it's
have a
above
smaller
resistance.
stop loss.
It doesn't make a difference, man. If new traders are listening to this right now, just
Don't don't
don't
don't copy my trades.
don't listen to this. Yeah, don't copy this bad trade below resistance. I just can't hold back in roasting this trade. It's just it's a complete FOMO trade. It's it's something I was doing when I was losing money consistently. So you have to look at it from a logical perspective, right? There's
Right.
a resistance here. We rejected this resistance at pre-London. Pre-London is a very high volume time. We rejected it over here. We rejected it over here yesterday as well after London closed, which is also high volume time. So a, why would a buy make sense over here when we rejected the same area in 2 sessions?
Because I'm expecting volume from New York Open to push up, break that 500 area, and continue up. I'm only
That's
taking
the
10 pips.
That's the same thing I did yesterday. That's the same. I traded what I think yesterday, and it didn't work out.
That's why how we make mistakes.
I don't know, man. I
Like
mean,
I go close and I'm still in profit.
I can just
And
go
if I see rejection,
right click over here, put in wait. Oh, there's a waiting room here too. Oh, so instead of removing someone, I can just put someone in waiting room. But yeah, that's not a good trade at all. That's a very bad trade. Let's take a look at this chart here. Oh, we already talked about this. And the reason why I'm going to say it's a bad trade is because if it works out, right, then in your mind, well, okay, let's not talk about you. Then in a person's mind, they'll start thinking, okay, like, you know what, this will work all the time. And then they will continue to make the same bad decisions over and over again.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Just because it worked that one time. But if it doesn't work, I don't know. So yeah, Mac is the Gulag ambassador in the Zoom chat. He's representing the Gulag over here.
That's funny.
This is going to be the highlight for today. Thank you, bro.
You got it. I made it fun.
So I think the only thing on your side at this point is that we've had a fake out right over here below 136,400.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we've had a fake out here, and if price broke down and it couldn't sustain itself below this area and it's closing back in the range, then there's a higher probability that it's going to come up to the top of the range, which it has. And then now there's another probability that it will break out the other way because it couldn't maintain its move down over here.
Right.
Yeah. and I'm actually waiting for it to come up above 136,600. People saying stop criticizing Mac. Man, listen, Mac is my friend. You know, Mac is my friend, and it's my civil and moral duty to help my friend.
As you said, he's
They're gonna think we're gonna
ambassador of
beef it out.
Gulag, so trust me, he has more follower than you in that case.
Yeah,
Trust.
that's
I got
true.
a whole army.
Mac has his own fans in the gulag. I can't deny
Then
that. It's
the
true.
entire gulag, man.
I've seen you take this exact trade, Raja. Yes, that's true. That's why I'm not taking it this time. Because I remember I took this trade yesterday over here, thinking that in with volume in New York session, we should break above here. It didn't work. I took the same trade on the 14th October. It didn't work. So I've learned from my mistakes. I wanted to take this trade as well, but I saw that history. I was like, yeah, no, I'm gonna wait. All right,
These
let's
people
take.
going wild in the chat.
This is GJ. Your bread and butter trade. I know there's consolidation from Asian session, still low volume. Buys above over here. Yes. I was thinking about those buys as well, but at the same time, I didn't trust this whole range. And like, there was a minor resistance right over here. I know some people took this buy to continue up over here. I just wasn't comfortable. One, because I've already taken a loss down over here, and because this is a small range. And I've already made up my mind to take a buy above, 136, 600.
Wow, the gulag is wild.
Yeah, dude. They
Yeah,
love
dude.
me apparently.
Messages are coming at a supersonic speed.
Ooh, looks like no rejection on your JPY. It's also coming up over here. Hey, I wanted to ask if it's a good idea to open an account with market maker broker for a newbie with a very small
I
amount.
guess like that.
Market maker broker. If a broker is going to make the market for you, then they're probably be booking you. And when there's be booking involved, then there's a lot of manipulation involved. Oh man, it's 8 a.m. over here. I'm going to get some coffee and I'll be right back. Oh, what's this? What's B-booking? So you have two types of brokers, right? One broker is a A-book broker, and then you have the B-book broker. What the A-book broker does is they put your orders directly into the market. So when you take a trade, you win a trade, you make money. When you take a trade, you lose a trade, obviously you lose money. And yeah, that's it, you lose money. A B-booked broker is someone like, let's say if you take a trade on the B-book broker, you win the trade, you make money. But when you lose a trade, obviously you lose money, but that that loss you just made, that goes through the broker. So in both cases, you're still losing, right? There was this big discussion I had with someone over like a month ago, and they were talking about how, like, some brokers are B-book brokers. When you lose money, they're making money. And my argument was that, well, at the same time, you're still losing money. It doesn't make any difference whether you're winning or losing. You're still losing money. So whoever's taking your losing money, market or the broker, it's the same thing. I mean, but there's one big difference is that when you have B-book brokers, what basically happens is that they create the market for you. And I may be wrong. That's where most of, like, manipulation happens, some crazy liquidity spikes happen. And I've seen that in the past. So that's one difference. Also, I do believe that, I don't know, man. I think brokers who are keeping up with the with the new MetaCode standards, I think that's pretty good. I mean, look for brokers who offer both MetaTrader 4 and MetaTrader 5. I think MetaTrader 5 is far superior than MetaTrader 4. So, if you look at my description, I have 2 brokers over there. Traders Domain, they have MetaTrader 5. There's Blackpool Markets, they also have MetaTrader 5. You just have to email them and ask them. IC Markets also has MetaTrader 5, but we've seen kind of like the quality of IC Markets has gone down a little bit. I've heard that from a lot of people because, like, when we were using IC Markets back in 2016 and 2017, they were really good. They were actually one of the best brokers I've ever traded on. Oh, Kivan is saying this still is. Okay, yeah, it still is. How do you know who is who? I think as you spend time in the trading community, you start to understand what are shady brokers and what are, like, actually good brokers. I think any broker that gives you an option to either trade on MetaTrader 4, MetaTrader 5, I think that's a really good broker because they're actually giving you options. But if a broker only has one platform where you can trade, then I don't know. I don't know. You got to have all instruments there. Hey,
Yeah,
oh.
I think people, they don't understand how liquidity works as well. A lot of people blame the broker for manipulation, but it swims upstream to liquidity. When you understand how trading works and how the different elements of trading works, you are more comfortable with what's going on, and there's less manipulation. I mean, a lot of people talk about manipulation, stop losses being slipped, things of that nature, but they don't necessarily understand how the liquidity of the market works. And to your point, Raja, people talk about A book versus B book. The thing is, your liquidity provider is also making a book. When you think about that, I mean, your broker, it doesn't support like a broker can't support I guess what they call a B book or their own market making operation. It's not profitable because of the fact that if you have a client, and this is from a owner's perspective, right? Because as an owner of a broker, I'm evaluating risk. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make money with my brokerage with the least amount of risk. Having a market making book, so that's what a B book operation would be. It would be basically, I'm the one that makes the market. So I'm the one that's going to have to pay out wins. I'm the one that's going to accept losses. That, from a risk perspective, is a very, very poor way of managing risk. Because if you have 10,000 clients or 5,000 clients, and we're here on a live stream and people win, and they're using, say, my brokerage as an example, or Black Bull, or whoever they're using, we can see that the trade is going to be profitable. We would then have to pay out all those winners out of our pocket. And then the argument becomes 90% of traders lose, right? But the thing is, it's not a sustainable business model because you don't know when people are going to make a withdrawal. So say, for example, someone loses $5,000 today, right? So you say, well, if I was running a B book operation, you will then collect the $5,000, right? And then you say, see, I made money B booking, I'm manipulating the market. But what if that client redeposits $5,000 and then runs his account up to 35,000? Now he's going to withdraw 35,000. You're on the hook for that money. So in an instance, you took $5,000 and you were happy because you made $5,000. Now the client has deposited money again and has taken $30,000 from you, and you're obligated to pay that. Now multiply that by maybe 500 people or 1,000 people, that's where you have a big problem, because you don't know what people's financial risk responsibility is, right? Because there are some people that will run their account up and never withdraw and then lose it all, right? We've seen that happen before. But at any given time, someone can take $1,000 and run it up to $5,000, $10,000. You're on the hook for those run-ups, and you're going to have to pay out of your pocket. So when you look at it, people look at it from just one person. As an owner of a broker, I'm looking at it from 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 people. If there's 3,000 people right now, there's 2,600 people on this live stream. If there's 10% of these people trading on TD, they could possibly, that's like almost 300 people that could possibly be winning trades today that would come out of my pocket. There's no benefit when the liquidity provider covers all my wins and assumes and takes the losses, and they take the profits from that, and I take the middle. There's no benefit from a risk perspective to ever switch my book, because my costs are always in line. I make money through commissions and through spreads that pays to run the platform because of volume. People that are running that kind of operation, you're just waiting for one day that someone hits them. It's like the elections on November 3rd. If someone runs their account up because of volatility, if you're running a market making operation, you're responsible for that. I mean, it's not a long-term strategy. Let's put it that way. I couldn't stay in business for 3 years if I was running that kind of operation, because it would basically cripple me. Because there's been days people have run their account up because, GJ's moved because of Brexit, or gold's moved because of, FOMC. People make thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not a profitable operation to do that. What you're trying to do is you're just trying to create a fairness in terms of the way trading is happening. And people that are commenting that 70 or 80 or 90% of traders lose in the end, you have to understand that not everyone's losing at the exact same time, right? You could have today 3 people lose and 7 people win. Where do you get the money from for the 7 people that won? You don't get it from the 3 people that lost, because what if they only lost $50 and the 7 people that won $5,000, $6,000? It's not as simple as these people are going to lose eventually, and now you're gonna collect all that money. Everybody, there's always new money coming in, there's always new traders coming in, there's always new deposits. It's impossible for you to manage your risk according to that statement that 80% or 90% of traders lose in the long term. So you know what? I'm just going to run a market making operation and collect money at the end of the day. It's not profitable to do that, because there are large accounts. If someone deposits $100,000 on a market making operation and they make 20%, that's $20,000, $30,000 going out the door. You're responsible for that. You can't say, well, hopefully he'll just lose it all back later on next week. That's $30,000 going out your door. Now, if you have 10, 20, 30, $100,000 accounts, that's $300,000-$400,000 going out the door. Where are you getting that money from? It's not profitable at that point. And when you look at that kind of operation, you just crush yourself being risk, because people have a narrow view. They'll look at it just, well, I have a $100 account, so the broker's stealing my money. The broker's not looking at your $100 account. The broker's watching people with hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars that are trading. There are brokers that have those kind of funds in their brokerage. The $100 account makes maybe $15 or $20 in commissions, and then you know what, you take a percentage of that, that's your profit. you're not looking at those accounts. You're not looking to say, oh, these are the accounts that I want manipulated, or these are the accounts that I'm worried about. It's the guys that have 500,000. You know, Raja's got $250,000, $300,000 in his account. He can whack the broker for, you know, $500,000, and he's been doing that consistently. They can't afford to keep him. They couldn't afford to market make against him. It's not profitable. They're losing $50,000, $60,000 a month. It's not profitable. Trust me. It's a bigger risk analysis than just, well, I have $100 account and my broker's taking it from me, and you know, they're ripping me off. Trust me, you need hundreds of thousands of $100 accounts to keep a platform liquid at that point. So I think you have to really evaluate that. And like Raja said, if the broker has multiple deposit options, multiple withdrawal options, multiple platforms, you know, they're invested in you. So they don't want you to run away. They don't want you to be manipulated. They want you to have a good trading environment so that you keep coming back. So I think, you know, as a broker, you know, you have to look at that. And I mean, you know, talk to people, try out brokers with small deposits. I always say the same thing: try them out. You don't like them, move to another one. If you think there's unfair trade practices, email their support team. You know, they usually get back to you. They'll check everything. They'll give you the logs, and you'll be able to see that too. So I mean, there's a lot of, you know, internet lore about A book versus B book. It's just, at the end of the day, it's very difficult for you to run a business if you're constantly having to look over your shoulder in that kind of operation. It's very, very difficult. So just be aware. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, there's brokers that have been around for 10 years, 5 years, 8 years. I mean, they're not going anywhere.
Guys, lowering the leverage on during election, Ted?
Yes, we are. We've got notification on that day. The US dollar and gold will be dropped. The leverage will be dropped.
To what, 100?
Yeah, more than likely. Brokers will give you their logs. They'll give you a trade log. Anytime you ask a broker for a trade, they should be able to give you the tick data. The tick data tells you at every second what was the execution price, or the bid or ask price. You should get second by second logs if you have any sort of disputes. My system provides that. Our customer service team provides that. We can give you second by second logs, so you can see that your trade was executed in milliseconds. And that's another thing where people try and say that a broker will delay the quote, or delay your entry or execution. All you have to look is how fast the milliseconds were executed, and that'll tell you if they're delaying it. If it's executed in milliseconds, there's no delaying, there's no funny business. If it's executed in a second or two, then you may want to question that and say, well, why was it executed in a second instead of a millisecond? So just little things like that. And the leverage thing with brokers, so this is the other thing. People don't understand how margin requirement works. As a broker owner, I have credit with the banks, and that allows me to increase leverage. And what that allows me to do is, when you're trading, when we receive leverage from our banks, we add to that leverage. So you borrow money from the broker as well. And that's in the trust account. And what that allows you to do is allows you to trade. That money can't be lost, because if you have 500, you know, a $50 account, and you go to, you know, 500 to 1, right? So you're getting the leverage on that $50. You don't lose more than $50, but you're leveraging more than $50, if that makes sense. So the additional leverage is supported by your broker. Bigger brokers do that. I do that. Smaller brokers starting out can't afford to do that, because they have to put up all that money, and it's a lot of money. So that's why you'll see some smaller brokers aren't able to offer a higher leverage. It doesn't mean that they're trying to scam you. It means that they're able to offer a bigger margin for your account, because they're supporting that trust account and adding the liquidity to get you to the 300 to 1 or the 500 to 1 leverage at that point. It doesn't mean that the broker's losing the more than what's in there, because you can't lose more than what's in your account. So you can have a $50 account with 10,000 to 1 leverage. That doesn't change anything. What you're doing is you're just basically borrowing more money from the broker. You're not taking money from the broker, you're borrowing money. That money is not yours to withdraw. You can only withdraw what is in your account. So that's the difference when you look at leverage. It's the borrowing of margin from your broker, and your broker, if they're good, they will support that and add margin so that you're able to trade in certain instances. And the average is 500 to 1. People complain and they say, well, banks only offer 100 to 1, so it's impossible to get 500 to 1. It's not. You put up the margin yourself as an organization to top that up so that people still have that trading experience. It should be common knowledge or common sense, but I don't think a lot of people understand how margin works to begin with.
So to offer a higher leverage, you need to put up like some amount that, okay, this is going to be, let's say it's like a collateral. Is that how it is?
Yeah, so basically, so say for example, you have $100 and you want to trade 500 to 1. The liquidity provider gives me margin already. They say, hey, if you were to run just on this is what we're going to offer you. But then they say, well, if you want to increase your margin, you can do this. So we then put up our own funds as margin as well, because the liquidity provider says we don't want to extend more credit to you. We don't have an obligation to extend more credit. So we create the credit extension, and that allows us to then offer a higher leverage at that point. And it's also too, when you build a good relationship with your liquidity provider, your credit gets extended as well, because they see that you're able to balance the books every day, right? So every day that there's rollover, that you receive a statement, then we get our statement saying, okay, this is how much the trust account is being debited, or this is how much the trust account is being credited, because people have either won or people have lost. This is what we're sending to the banks, or this is what the banks are sending to us. So when people get their own personal statements, we as a broker get a large statement, and we can see, okay, today it looks like the brokerage took a massive hit, like people took losses. Or, oh, it looks like people won today, so we're getting a credit back from our liquidity provider at that point.
Yeah. So it's in your best interest to make sure people win most of the time.
Yeah, I mean,
Obviously,
look at it this way. The liquidity provider only gets paid when they get flow. So flow is bought by a broker. A broker pays for flow based on millions of dollars going in and out, right? Because that you're trading contracts of $100,000. So if the liquidity provider is screwing over the broker, which in turn it looks like the broker's screwing over the trader, traders are going to leave the broker, and they're going to say, I don't want to trade here anymore. So the broker is going to say, well, we don't have any more flow to give you to the liquidity provider. And the liquidity provider is going to be like, oh, that's not good, because that's our whole business. So that's why the broker and the liquidity provider, if they have a good relationship, there's a lot of times brokers can, look at specific trading scenarios and make judgment calls, or, assist a trader. If there was a slippage incident or unfair trading, they'll look to get that corrected, because they'll go to the liquidity provider and they'll say, hey, listen, my clients today all got, like, there's instances like the other week with GJ. I had my brokerage had like about 1,000 complaints about the exact same trading scenario, and it was just like I had to go to the liquidity provider and I had to tell them, I'm like, listen, I just had like 1,000 complaints. Like my staff are emailing me now telling me, hey, we keep getting the same complaint. Something has to be done. So we go and look, and it turned out one of the liquidity provider, one of their flows was shut off. Like one of their entry, like one of the people that they work with, they left the market at that time, which caused massive slippage for GJ. So what they did, they're like, okay, we'll honor the stop losses at that point. So you go in there and you get that corrected and whatnot. So
okay, makes sense. So that's why slippages happen, because there's just basically no flow from the liquidity provider.
Yeah, that's right. So like if one of their partners leaves the flow, then that's where you see those random spikes. because they're like, hey, I don't want to be involved in this market anymore. I don't like the way this market is going. We can leave. And that's where people's education need to come in, is you have to understand that the liquidity provider, people, their partners will leave at any given time if they don't like the market, because at the end of the day, they want to be able to get prices, or they want to be able to get flow where they're able to redistribute it, because that's all that the FX market is doing, is it's taking prices and giving them to other people. Like, it's a game of hot potato. So if they see that price isn't good, or there's an event coming up where they don't want to be involved in it, they remove themselves. And then what happens is you get another provider that'll take that place. But in those seconds, that's where you get those random spikes, either up or down. So it can either punish you or really help you at that point.
Well, this basically means that whenever there's some sort of news happening like this, right? It, from what I understand, is like they have the ability to just within a microsecond just say, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
Cut it off. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they like if like liquidity is like a tap.
Yeah,
They can just turn it on and turn it off. They'll be like, no, we don't want to expose our risk to this, or yeah, this is what we're looking to expose, right? And the other issue with broker liquidity at a retail level is you have everybody trying to get involved in it, right? Because they're like, hey, we don't care about what the price is. So that's why you also don't get proper pricing a lot of times, or you get those slips, because you have people that are just making the market as a liquidity provider, and there's no way for them to sort of balance their risk. So they just take any sort of price that they want. Now, at an institutional level, you know who your counterparty is. So if you trade at an institutional level and you have institutional dollars, you actually work directly with a bank and that representative, and you'll say, listen, I'm going to be taking orders for GJ at like 136, and they'll tell you, yes, we can fill it, or no, we can't. But when you get the fill, you get it at the exact price that you're asking for, because you're working with just one counterparty. When you work with multiple counterparties, the price gets aggregated, and then the best possible price comes out of that. So all the prices that people are giving are all amalgamated together, so it becomes one price, and that's what you're executed on. So that's why there's a lot of times when people get slipped, they're like, oh, there's manipulation. It's like, no, there was 10 different prices. This was the best possible price at that second, because you're working with 10 or 12 different counterparties on a retail level at that point.
Nice. So the bigger you get and the more volume you can push, the more money you can put up front, more counterparties you can basically get under your wings.
Yeah, you have more control, and also at an institutional level, when you trade institutional dollars, you don't get slipped. There's no slippage. You get exact quotes, you get exact exits, because you're working with large dollars. But also at the same time, at an institutional level, you have to disclose what kind of volume you're going to be doing, what strategy you're using. You have to disclose all that for them to accept the trades, to build the counterparty agreement. At a retail level, you don't have to tell or disclose any part of your strategy. You just trade, right? So that's why a lot of times when people have robots, right, they'll use those high frequency robots. The robots will have their accounts, I guess, banned, or they won't be valid anymore, because the broker is working with a liquidity provider that doesn't allow for high frequency trading, because there's so many different strategies. They don't want that strategy in their liquidity, because they can't fill the orders on the opposite side, or they don't believe it's good for their flow, because all it's doing is it's just pinging constantly. It's pinging their flow rate and their servers, and it's causing lag for everyone else that's trading. So a lot of brokers won't allow high frequency trading, because it's considered toxic. And that's the reason for the toxicity, is because of the fact that it's ruining everybody else's trades. But you can go to an institutional level, you can use high frequency trading all day. It doesn't mean that they're not going to try and manipulate you, or try and run you, or try and do something, but you can use it. They'll let you use it, no problem.
So do you have high frequency on Hitter's domain? Like, I know there are algos running, but I'm not sure. Oh, okay.
No, they're not high frequency algos. So high frequency would be considered trades executed every millisecond. So trades executing every few seconds, that's not high frequency trading. That's just a algorithm moving a lot of trades. It's trades that are entering in milliseconds. So if you have like 2 trades done in less than a second, that's considered like high frequency trading at that point.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, some brokers, they don't allow algo trading as well. That takes trades like within seconds too.
Yes, there are some.
Does that mean like their liquidity providers, they don't allow those certain strategies, or are they just too small at that point?
Yeah, I think there's it's a combination of both. Like, I mean, we allow robot trading on the broker because, you know, we evaluate the robot, and, you know, when people start using algorithms, our systems can detect if people are manually trading or if there's algorithms trading. Like, anytime, look at it this way. Anytime that you execute a trade on your phone or your MetaQuotes platform or wherever you're executing a trade, the broker gets all your information. We know where you're executing it from, how you're executing it, all that information, because that's the software that you're using. It allows us to do that. So what will happen is, if we have a algorithm that joins, we detect it right away. We can see it right away, and then that information is scaled up to the liquidity provider, and the liquidity provider will monitor it, and then they will make the judgment call. They'll say, yes, you can allow this algorithm to run, or no, this algorithm can't run. Because what they have to do on their end is they just have to adjust how they manage their risk against that algorithm, right? So they have to be able to make sure that they can fill those orders and then send those orders out to other counterparties as well.
Do you remember back in, I'm not sure if this was like August 2016 or July 2016, but there was FOMC, and like, I'm not sure if it was FOMC or NFP, but there was this guy who ran $1,000 to 150,000
on Trader's Way or FX Choice.
Yeah. And then they said, hey, like, you know what? All this money you made, it's nothing. No, we don't accept it. So was that the liquidity provider saying that, hey, like, we don't accept these orders? Like, you know, now you'll have more insight because, you know, like, you're in the whole space now.
You know what I think it was? I think because I think they were market making him, to be honest.
Okay.
Because he ran his account up from $1,000 to 150,000, and they weren't expecting that. And I really think that they didn't want to pay that out.
That's what I thought too.
See, because that's a perfect example where he wasn't doing anything wrong, because he was trading Euro USD and it was in a range, and he just kept going from 10 cent. He went from 10-cent lot all the way up to, I think it was 50 lot at that point. And he was going, he was trading it like he was trading the 1 minute range. He was trading, and Euro USD has like basically no spread, and he was just executing. I mean, it was a crazy story. So I still remember that. I think that was that was a long time in our chat.
Yeah, that was the Facebook days.
Oh, you remember too, right, Kavan?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, because I saw that, I'm like, oh wow, man, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So quick question, Ted.
Yeah.
From what you're saying with the algos, so basically there's no profit with algos ever, because if I own a liquidity provider and I see this algo that could make 1,000%, I don't want to trade on my liquidity feed.
No, not necessarily. So it's how the algorithm trades. It's are they able to connect counterparties? So when you understand the FX environment isn't this is where people they get confused. Is if a bank takes the opposing order, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are closing a trade in a loss, right? Because they could hold that order. So it'd be like, okay, so it's myself, Kavan, and Raja. We're all standing together, and we're like, okay, I have a hot potato here, and I'm like, this potato is very hot on my hands. I don't like it. And then I give it to Kavan, and Kavan's like, listen, I will take that potato for you for $2. I'd be like, perfect. I don't want this hot potato because it sucks. Give me my $2. So I take it. And then Kavan's like, man, this potato is not that hot. That's why I could take it and give Ted $2, because I know if I hold it a little bit longer, Raj is going to come by and he'd be like, oh, potato. Can I have it? $5, right? So Kavan will be like, this potato's not that hot. So I know I gave Ted $2 for this potato, but I know Raja's going to come by and he's going to give me $5 eventually. So Kavan holds a potato. And then, you know, it's getting too hot for Kavan. So Kavan messages Raja or stands beside Raja and Raja's like, hey, Raja, take the potato. And Raja will say, well, you know, I'll give you $4 right now, or if you hold it a little bit longer, I'll give you $5. So Kavan says, okay, I'll hold it a little bit longer, and here you go. So Raja says, perfect. I got the potato for $5. I can pay the $5 because I know that once this potato cools down, I'm going to be able to sell it back to Kavan and back to Ted for now $10. And I'm going to make money that way. That's how FX trading works. It's who can hold on to the potato the longest usually makes the most money. And the people that are holding the potato the longest are the people that have big money behind them. So when people think, okay, well, because I took a buy on GJ, someone took a sell and they lost, technically speaking, because you closed your potato, you gave your potato away, your trade is complete. But it doesn't mean that that trade as a whole is now done. It means that the trade you did is completed, and now there's other people passing that potato around, right? Banks are the biggest collectors of potatoes because they have millions and billions of dollars, so they can collect all of it. They can say, hey, give it all to us because we know in a year from now you're going to want it back, and we'll be able to sell it to you at a higher price. That's how you have to understand the market. So when you look at a high frequency algorithm, you say, okay, well, now I'm giving Kavan 10,000 potatoes. And Kavan's like, well, I can't take on 10,000 potatoes. I can take on 1,000, but I can't take on 10,000. But then Raja would turn around and say, well, I could take on 100,000 potatoes. But the retail trader can't get to Raja directly. You have to go through Kavan first, and then Kavan goes to the banks, right? But Kavan can only sell 1,000 potatoes at a time to the banks. He can't sell 10,000 potatoes because he himself can't hold 10,000 potatoes at one given time. Because if he takes 10,000 potatoes from one particular trader, he has no way of collecting other potatoes from the other traders. And that's sort of how liquidity works, and that's how the flow works. So as you become a bigger liquidity provider, you can take on more potatoes, and you can then distribute them to people that want even more potatoes at that point and go back and forth. So that's how that aspect works. So when people say, how come we can't use a high frequency algorithm, that's sort of the, like, you know, the analogy behind that as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting way to look at it. Like, it's just so simple. Simplest way to look at it. Some people are saying we'll make fries of the potatoes. That's when you're holding even longer.
Right.
Make fries. Looks like GJ should be now making its turn. Yeah, it should be making its turn down at this point.
Downtown, baby.
Yeah, you know, I think in the start, people put like a lot of they put a lot of emphasis on what's like the best broker to use, what's like the best, like, you know, like institution to go with. I think in the start, what we need to focus on is to like how to get consistent, how to get good at reading price action. Because once you start getting good, then you start to look at that, okay, what does spread actually mean? Spread is like the cost of you taking a trade. And then you realize, okay, like, you know what, maybe if my broker is offering me 2 pips, I can maybe get like 1.3 pips or, you know, 1.2 right over here. And then you start thinking about, okay, like what's going to be a good broker for me? So I think in the start, we should just focus on, like, you know, your consistency and trying to see, like, you know, how you can really accurately read price action. And at the end of the day, I mean, even if you're an A-book broker or a B-book broker, you're not going to make money if you're not going to be disciplined. Even if you lose money, I mean, at the same time, you have to be disciplined in losing money too. GG has been extremely difficult here today. All right, let's take a look at. Hey, just planned this up over here. What's this? GJ 30-minute chart. 30-minute reacted at this level over here and continued up. Price came up, reacted, rejected, closed on diagonal trend line. Sell stops going into NY open. Yeah, I think so. I think so. But the only problem is that this 1 hour candle is going to close and the 4 hour candle is going to close as well. So that's the only issue. And we have to wait and see where this 4 hour candle is going to close. You know what? If this was a 1 hour left for the 4 hour to close or something like that, I'd be way more inclined to taking sells. But at this point, it gets kind of tricky because the 4 hour candle is closing as well. Maybe if we can start breaking the low again.
It should be beautiful if this 15-minute candle make a retest at least to 136.300. So.
Oh yes.
That resistance hold really good when you told Mac that wasn't a good idea taking buys toward that resistance. But yeah. Let's see. Hopefully this 1 hour candle close somewhere near to 136.300.
Is this even enough range? 17 pips. 17 pips. We rejected 136.600. 30-minute candle is about to close. We broke the low on the 30-minute candle. This candle closed below the previous candle. It's kind of like what happened right over here yesterday, right? You had a bullish candle. This candle closed below. This one did a retest and it continued down. But this move down was Brexit too. Brexit came down. So same situation is happening here. This candle closed bullish. Next one closed bearish below this area. So now they should be continuing down. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense for it to continue down. What are your thoughts on this trade I have just entered? Yeah, I think so. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think GJ and GU are moving at the same time. Your stops above the current candle, and we're expecting this new 15-minute candle to continue bearish from here. But if it does not go bearish, then we'll have to manage risk at that point.
So for everyone who's trading US 30, this might be something of interest for you. There's still discussion right now that the stimulus package will not go out before the elections. So with that being said, you can see on the daily time frame, we created a wick to the upside. You might find now that this may start to fill. So at around 9:30 or 10 o'clock, you may have this range come into play. Now keep in mind that range matches up over here. So you could get a bounce into this. And then once the talks go positive, you get a fly back up here. So keep in mind that if we do have negative information about stimulus, this wick will get filled, which will match up with this zone over here. But if there's anything positive, we're going to bounce out of this range back up into here. So this candle could go bullish. But as we continue negative talks with the stimulus information, US 30 could continue to drop. So it could be a nice day for it to drop all the way through. So watch around 9:30, 10 a.m. Eastern as the information gets disseminated. More importantly, how the equity markets react to the stimulus not getting pushed through. If they have a negative reaction to it, that's where you're going to see gold potentially go up a bit, and then also the US 30 drop. But if investors are okay with the fact that the stimulus has been delayed till after the election, but they know it'll pass, there may not be as much of a reaction. Yesterday was a major reaction to it. Today, there might not be as big a reaction. So keep that in mind. It doesn't, just because something's negative doesn't mean that investors lose confidence, because it's how they're going to solve the negative idea is where investors lose confidence. When there's no solution, that's where investors get jittery or the markets get jittery, and that's where we get a negative spike. But just because there's a delay, it doesn't mean that it'll produce a negative result. It just means that there's a delay, but they know when it's going to be resolved if it's after the election. So what they will do is they will hold their ideas until after the election. Now, if after the election the stimulus bill doesn't get passed, that's where you'll see a bigger dump in the market again, because it's like, hey, we waited, you guys still don't have a solution, now we're really scared. So that if you're trying to understand investor sentiment and negative thoughts, just because somebody has negative information doesn't necessarily mean it moves the market down. It's the solution. Is there a solution to that negative impact? And when is that solution coming? That's the real catalyst behind a movement at that point.
Yeah, man.
9:30, we should see a move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree on US 30 sales today. Yesterday, I only got like 250 points from there. It was a nice drop.
Yeah, 9:30 over there, GJ right over here. It should continue on. I'm giving myself a second chance at this point over here.
Yeah, it took sales.
Yeah, very nice. Welcome to Profit Land. Very nice.
Yeah,
Yes,
come on,
sir.
drop.
Come on.
Drop top.
Oh man. This is gonna be nice also.
I've got 12 pips right now.
This is the exact price action from yesterday.
Yes.
Exactly the same price action. Look at that.
Welcome to profits.
That rejection.
Come on, 15 minutes. Give me some more juice.
The 9 o'clock candle should just shoot it down.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's what I'm expecting.
One push.
Beautiful trade.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It should come to like 136, 300. Just got to get this negativity line away from here. Remove this negativity.
That's the buju.
That was you?
That was
Mag the buju.
The buju.
That was me.
Oh man, I thought it was Mac.
I was just pointing out why we're stalling. That's all.
And you guys can see the same screen, right?
Yeah. It clearly says Uncle Ted on it.
The thing is that my window chat is on top of that, so I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty
already.
nice.
I'm already closing 6.
Oh, so you got these sales, Mac?
Yeah, last attempt.
Change your mind like changing your pants, man.
That was the first attempt for Mac.
From buys to sales and then. Very nice.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Yeah, man.
Beautiful.
Come on, baby.
It's nice.
Very
Coming up,
nice.
136, 300. Oh.
Oh boy.
The last 5-minute push.
Come on.
Now you trust 5 minutes.
Coming in 3, 2,
Poop it
1.
out. Poop it out.
Whoop it, whoop it.
Poop, poop, poop.
All right. Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
That's good enough.
It should go right to there.
First attempt in sales were meh. Second attempt worked out perfect.
Oh, that's right. There.
Thanks to that risk management, you're positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not $70 for the wick. Okay.
I don't know how it's retracing now. Man, I had this. The gulag was lit when I set up.
My entries were 136,395.
Very good.
And I'm putting my stops at break even at this point.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yep. I closed at 6 pips.
Anyways, you're gonna have plenty of time later on to take more sells.
No, papi, no. Not me.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Trust.
I'm about to go to the gym, bro. I'm done with this.
Yeah, once we go below 136.20,
Hmm?
it's gonna be party time.
Yeah.
Pool
Even
party,
below
pool party.
136,300, there's more sells coming.
Oh yeah, boy.
Why not wait for a candle to close? Because we saw it happening. It was the same thing that happened yesterday, right over here. You had price made a high, came down, closed bullish. Next one closed below that, and then the one after that continued down. And same thing happened right over here. Oh, yeah, right here. Candle closed bullish. Next one closed below that in a clean range, clean traffic at the left hand side, and this new candle is now coming down. Hey, stop loss at entry button doesn't work on short positions. Is this supposed to happen? No, that's not supposed to happen. Make sure auto trading is on. Read the troubleshooting guide. So, those things are going to help you.
Guys, thank you very much for today. Thank you, Raja. Thank you, team.
Oh, thank you, Yasser.
Oh,
Take care,
Jason.
Yasser.
Stay safe, stay strong.
Thank you, guys.
He's happy.
It would be nice if the current candle leaves the wick below so the next one can fill it. Yes.
Yeah. Very nice.
GU also came back down. It didn't even do a retest. Came back down. Should continue dropping. Bitcoin is making its way back to 19,000 now. Oh, this is the weekly chart. Forget about it.
Yeah, but it's already almost 300 points on the daily. Up
30,000, no? 13. Oh.
Yeah.
See, now the good thing about Bitcoin is it has some history now. There's some market structure to it now.
Yeah.
Man, back then there was just no market structure at all. It was just straight up.
Yeah. I'm expecting this Bitcoin going to 13,500. I got some buys right at the 1300.
Does the gladiator candle cancel the previous zone? I don't understand how you see clean traffic. Yeah, so basically if this candle closes bearish, there's a high probability that we're going to continue moving down because now we're closing below this support area. And if you look on the 1 hour time frame, oh, right there. See the 1 hour candle? It's closing back below this area after making this high now. So now there's a higher probability that it should continue moving bearish to retest this low.
Probably get it at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Something also tells me that Bitcoin is now getting artificially inflated after that discussion we had about banks making their own coin. Like all these coins are going to get artificially inflated, and then the banks will come out with their own coin and poof, back down. Like there's going to be one more run towards the cryptos.
you're right. I think this is going to be the big bull run that's going to trap everybody, and that's where they're going to get all their money from. So the smart people will probably exit after this bull run, and then the retail people will come in and be like, "Oh, this is crypto. Oh, Bitcoin's crypto," and then they'll be like, "Nope, there's a new crypto."
Yeah, this is our crypto.
Yeah, I see that coming too.
So what's your cashing out area for Bitcoin, Ted?
Well, I already cashed out. I got in at 6,700. So I cashed out at 10,000. I cashed out at 12,000. So now I think I'll cash out a bit more at 15,000. I think if we do run up to 20,000, we're okay. But I made all my money back from my original investment. So this is all just I'm playing with house money at this point.
And to be honest, do you think, in your perspective, because of the election, do you think if one candidate win, let's say Biden wins, that will take Bitcoin to the for the selling area?
I think at this point,
just because it's a new government.
Yeah, I think it's I think you'll find that it'll move the way gold has been moving. That's sort of the way Bitcoin will move. I just think right now there's a lot of it's the hype machine behind it again, right? So the announcement with PayPal accepting crypto or you're able to hold crypto with PayPal, that gave it a huge boost, right? Because PayPal is a very well-known name. It comes down to how. I mean, it's like everyone says, it's like once the average person starts talking about it, or once you're at work and you hear somebody talk about it, that's when you know it's mainstream, right? It's like last month, Tesla, everybody was just talking about Tesla. And it was just sort of like nobody's talked about Tesla in years. And all of a sudden we're talking about Tesla. That's when you know, okay, it's hit the mainstream at that point.
Right, it's gotta be hyped.
Yeah.
$50 billion stimulus check for Bitcoin. What does that even mean?
They're buying 50 billion in Bitcoin, no?
Oh yeah.
No, I think it's just it moved it. That it gave it a good push.
Mm.
Yeah, this is the news that gave Bitcoin a push to all crypto.
Oh, so you've been looking for Rolex, huh?
Where?
Look at right there, your screen.
Oh,
it's showing that because you were looking for Rolex before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn
not
cookies.
For me. No, it's not for
Damn
me. It's for my dad.
cookies.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome.
Submariner is great, man. Great
Yeah.
watch.
Yeah, I don't like wearing watches. I don't know. I just don't like wearing watches.
But Rolex is basically a luxury and it's an investment.
Yeah,
Not gonna
exactly.
lose the value,
Yes. Amazing gifts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I have the GMT, which I'm planning to pass this watch to my son. One he lives college, and the other one is the blue, the James Cameron edition. The Submariner, but it's the deep sea blue. So that's gonna be mine for the rest of my life, hopefully.
Oh,
yeah, man.
So sweet.
Yeah, man. And the money is there.
Yeah, that's the thing. Money's there. It's parked. It's basically parked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you got stopped out or still in trade?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I got stopped out at break even. But I do think it's going to continue moving bearish. And then by London Open, we'll break 136.200 and we're going to continue down to 136 even. That's kind of like my bias here now. For buys, we had to break above this area here. I think where Mac took buys, if he took sells there, oh man.
It closed at -2 pips. I was down 60 something dollars. But it could have worked out.
I think if
I
you
took
had
buys. Here, look, I'm gonna show you why I took buys. Because I was anticipating a break above that resistance at 8 a.m. but it didn't happen. So I took buys here at the break of this candle. It went up to here, like I was about 4 pips up, and as soon as it was retracing, I closed half, and then I closed the other half. So
can you take a quick look at this, mate? Okay, mate. Let's take a look here. All I want to tell everyone is just not to overtrade today, even if you've taken 3 trades, and if a good trade pops up in front of you, just don't take that trade, because what if it goes the other way? Then what? Then you're gonna have losses, right? So just wait till tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm gonna draw down with everyone here who's in drawdown. I had a loss yesterday, and then I had a loss again today. I was in sells, and those sells also got stopped at break even. Took a sell here. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a good one. Would this be what you mean by having confidence in knowing when to take impulse entries? Yes. That is exactly true. That is exactly true. So now you'll need to maybe see the same scenario happen 10 times, 15 times, and then be confident enough to know that, okay, like, you know what, it worked most of the times. What's the time right now? It's 9 a.m. right now. New 4-hour candle started on US 30. There's a new 4-hour candle started on GJ. Ooh, look at this 4-hour candle. Closed like a small body candle. Look at the daily. Daily is still bearish.
it's tricky, tricky, tricky.
Yeah, this is the start of the weekly low from last week, right here. Then you got the 1 hour over here. We're closing bearish below this area over here. On paper, we should just continue down by London close. Hey, Raja, referring to the apartment complex model with support resistance, since we saw that resistance formed with the rejection of the 4-hour resistance, I understand that it would have been a weak confirmation, but would have been very valid due to selling the high. Yes. Yes, that would have been a weak confirmation and security guard waiting right over here. So this security guard stopped price from breaking over here, and then stopped price from breaking right over here as well. You know, so when price came up over here, security guard was standing right there with his baton, and he's saying, go back down. You go back down. And then price started going down. So it's true. There was a weak confirmation, but it did happen. I think with this, you could have continued down over here as well. The thing about these moves is when you're looking at GPJPY, like something that has a lot of volume, the problem is that even if you can get that tip sell, like tip of the wick sell, the pair is so volatile. There's so much volume. It can just like break through this area and continue going. So that's where those things become really, really, really risky. Because then at that point, where are you going to put your stop loss, right? What if it wicks up till over here and goes up there? So they do work, but you're right, like it's very less confirmation. Hey, Vix Not Lie, thank you so much. Learning every day. Thanks for your stream. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah. So GJ is basically trolling us for trades. Exactly, that's true. I think after a while, when we spend more than, let's say, 3 hours on the charts, we start to troll ourselves that, hey, there's a trade over here. Let's take this trade.
And we call each other, yo.
Let's take this one last trade.
That's Kerwin.
Yeah, that one last trade.
No, yesterday I told you guys to
Let's
take
get
your 30
hey,
cells.
close your cells right now. I'm like, I'm not even on your 30, bro.
Yeah. That's Kerwin's group. You gotta sell your soul to get there. You guys. Oh, what's this? I'm still in GJ cells. FCKKK.
FCKKK. I'm about to time you out, boy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, just manage risk. Just know where your stop loss is. Know exactly how much you're going to lose if price hits your stop loss. If you don't know that, man, you should not even be trading at this point. These are very basic concepts. These are very logical concepts. I mean, I think a very mature, grown person should know exactly how much they will lose in a certain day. You know, only an immature child would never know how much is he going to lose in a certain day. You know, like if you wake up with a trading account, your trading account has $1,000, and you wake up, you're like, okay, you know what? I plan on risking $25 today. If I lose $25, doesn't even matter. That's totally okay. You know, but if you lose more than $25, then you're like, oh man, now it matters. You know, and then you want to make that money back, and you try to take another trade, you lose more, and then it just goes bad after that. You know, so always know how much you're going to lose in a certain day. You know, so that can start from tomorrow. You can just call it a day right now, come back tomorrow and focus on 1 or 2 trades and know exactly how much you're going to lose, and then continue on. In and out strategy, like a 40-year-old version strategy, 7 pips. Yes. Your friend is from the gulag, man.
I bet.
Yeah. You know, it's been a hard week, man. This whole month has been pretty off. This whole month is filled with earthquakes. You know, like you had 2 Brexit news in New York session where everybody got slipped. You know, 20 pips slippage, you know, 30 pips slippage.
I'm so surprised I wasn't in that buy on GJ when everyone got slipped.
I had 2 positions running.
No
and it was
way.
like 30, 35 pips between the 2 positions. From my stop loss, which make it even worse. So like 60 pips.
And the thing is tanked on you?
Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah, because from my position, I already had like 15 pips stop loss, and the stop loss got slipped like 15 or 14 pips. So almost 60 pips for the first day of the week. Trust, it hurts.
Yeah. Like even this retracement, this was expected because this is the close of the 4-hour candle, right? So when a candle is closing, of course, the 4-hour candle is gonna kind of like retrace if it wants to go down, or even if you look on the 1 hour, it needs to retrace before it needs to go down. You know, so this retracement was necessary. I was in these cells too, and I got stopped at a break even. You know, it's what it is. Sometimes you get stopped at break even, sometimes it continues moving. So couldn't have done anything better here. Closed at break even, price came back to entry, going in profit for 6 pips, managed risk. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. You know, so if this was someone's first trade and they got stopped out, I guess they could give it another chance once we start breaking the low over here to continue further down. But you know what, man? Let's just
chill
till NYC open.
All right.
Yeah, I got time today.
It's like I got time today.
Man, thank God for my magic keys, man. My mouse died. And,
no way. What do you right? You have a Mac. No way. Yo, my keyboard was about to die last night. And I quickly removed it. Like I was charging my phone, so I had to go through the whole process of finding the USB and everything. And man, I'm getting tired of these Bluetooth things. But yeah, Magic Key saved you.
David, close out my positions.
Somebody's boiling tea.
So you're trading on a Mac, Kevon?
Yes, Mac is the best.
Yes, Mac is the best.
For trading?
For everything, man.
For everything, dude. Mac.
Hey Roger, if you want a Magic Key support center, you could send the business over here.
Man, you're a little delayed.
Raja is away from the desk. I mean, Raja is away from the desk.
You know what I how I fix my Magic Keys, Kevon? You know what was missing? I forgot had to plug in the Bluetooth receiver in the USB. And I had it hidden for like a month. So I contacted this guy, Gabriel. And he's like, bro, where's your Bluetooth receiver? I'm like, I gotta find it.
Is Ted around here still?
Scream for Ted. No.
Okay. Okay.
All right, everybody.
Oh, he's back.
He's back again.
Don't say anything. Okay. He just came back.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off over here.
Bye.
Some breakfast right now, and I'm gonna enjoy my day here.
All right, fellas, take it easy.
Bye.
But-
I gotta go buy some sugar.
But just for the
Hello, hello.
What up, Ellie?
Yeah, what's up, what's up?
We're back.
Yeah, I'm down for today. And GJ
Don't
is
trust
playing.
GJ today.
Yeah, man, GJ is playing today. If I end today positive, it's a miracle.
But this is the first trade you've taken, right?
No, I took that shot just now, which honestly I shouldn't have. Like when I was reviewing it, right, I shouldn't have. So like this 15-minute close, right? So remember I was saying that it didn't even close below its support. Technically, I think I shouldn't even have taken it. Yeah,
Okay.
so that was a bad judgment on my part. Yeah, but
It was
luckily
really
I went
enticing.
in. Lucky I only went in half. But still, I shouldn't even have gone in. Ooh,
I
I'm
took
not
this short,
down.
the one you're in right now. I got half out at plus 15 and half at break even out.
Also, you're all out?
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, this 1 hour is playing, man.
Yeah, man. This should have dropped to 136.20, yeah?
Yeah.
And look at this 1 hour. It's screaming sells. Well, we got half an hour left for it to finish, so.
I say the next candle.
It's printing sideways on the 30 even. Yeah, Rob, I totally agree. It's bearish, but it's a matter of waking us out first or just dropping. Yeah. Just double check news. Yeah, if this 30-minute closes bullish, right, I'm just gonna cut half first. Just in case it flips and gets me. Because it should continue down bearish actually, but it's not.
Yeah, I think if we close above 136.40, it's gonna be trouble.
It's dangerous, correct. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna cut half on the close, this 30-minute close. Do I ever use automated trading bots? No, I don't. Thinking the same if it closes above that bear open, but leaving it if it closes below. Yeah, I haven't cut any yet, Lee, so I rather reduce my risk because GG is being funny. So even if I earn less, it's fine. I don't want to like extend my losses. So I'm actually down 1%. I just saw, not 0.5. So that's not fun. What leverage do I use? 1:200. Hey John, how's today? How can brokers afford to offer 1:300 leverage if you as the trader could lose it? Yeah, because they earn by margin and they earn your commission, so it doesn't matter. How long have I been trading? 7 years. Oop. Crazy, but I wanted to break even. Wow, nice. So you didn't end today so you're up at break even today, John? That's good. Today was nasty. Nasty.
Yeah, tough day.
Really nasty.
Tough month.
No, the previous few, yeah, this week is just gross. Oh my god, okay. I think we can leave it. This is a irrelevant candle. The middle one is irrelevant.
Looks great for an impulse entry.
Oh my god. You want to add in on this area here? So dangerous.
Below this.
Yeah, maybe.
Clean space.
Don't worry, we'll pray for it to go down for you.
Fine.
I'm out, but I want to re-enter.
Oh, you're full out?
Yeah, I'm full out.
Oh, I couldn't hear us now. My speakers were so soft.
Re-entry at the break of the previous 30.
Me?
Yeah, looks great for an impulse.
I don't know, I wouldn't trust it. I wanted to take the cells, like, from here. Then this bothers me.
Yeah, that's where it stopped previously.
Because, like, all this wouldn't happen if this wasn't here.
Yeah.
This is what's holding price. It looks amazing for it to drop.
Yes, please.
I stop right here.
Yeah. Sell stop.
Yeah, that's what I meant. What's your position in it, L? What's your position in it?
Yeah, I'm still in it.
Okay. Well, here we go.
So if it flips up around like 500, right? I'm just gonna cut my trade. I don't want to play with it anymore. Because it shouldn't. It should hold this level, this wicks here. If not, it's invalid, it's gonna hit my stop. So I'll cut the trade when it comes down. comes up to this area in full. Yeah, GJ's trolling, correct.
Yeah, it's really confused. I'm feeling the same.
Yep. I don't really want to play with it if it flips above these wicks on the left. Mole, the entries are on the right side here. So the grey is the entry. Close your eyes. Oh, tell us when we hit TP.
I feel like you gotta be patient with this. It's just gonna take some time.
Yeah, but if it's a 1 hour trade and it doesn't flip bearish in 1 hour, right? It's not going. Just like yesterday. So I learned my lesson from yesterday. If it goes without me, then it goes without me. But I need to cut my losses somehow. Yeah, so we'll see how this hour closes as well. Hard stop 500. Yeah, Lee, same as me. Same. Like I even reduced it from the top of the resistance because it should not. 387, yes. But more like understand the trade first before you take it, because right now we're at the 4 hour zone. GJ did not move off smoothly, so you need to understand the trade first before putting risk. Don't just enter because we are in.
Yeah, even the daily is supporting that structure.
Do I think we will always get a big pullback New York session? I think it's just the 4 hour close that's why we got the pullback.
I'm gonna head off now. Best of luck, L.
Bye.
Alright, see you guys.
See you.
See you tomorrow.
See you. Oops. That's really loud. I'm the best signal provider. No, man. I took losses today. No signals, no signals. Oh. Okay. Bye, Mo. That was fast. Oh, really small. Sell stop below 200. Yep. It's definitely cleaner here. So best case is that I reach sell stop. No, I think this person wants to sell only below 200, which is only below this clean area here. So on this area here, winner, if you look left, right, it's clean going down on the 1 hour. Yeah, it's clean. So that's the safest sells that I can see. This area now is not being very nice. Wow, future way you might want to stop. 7 is a lot. Let's don't revenge trade on GJ. It was smack you so many times. Yeah, just go off, go rest or something. If I lose this, I'm not trading anymore. So 2 losses is max for me per day. How many losses have I gotten? 1 so far. So this was the previous loss, this trade here. So if anyone's interested, that was my first loss. Wow, Jasper. Yeah, if you didn't lose today is good. Last week of the month is always like that. Do I stop trading after 2 losses in a row, or if it's 2 losses in total? So my max number of trades I take in a day is 3, but if I hit 2 losses in that day, I don't trade anymore. Starting risk per trade. Yeah, same as you. So 1% for 15 minute, 2 on 30 and 1 hour. Same. What are my thoughts on the quarter point theory? I don't know. I don't really see it respected on GJ actually. So that's why you can see my zones, right? They're not even at the quarters. I've seen the quarter theory work on EU though, but not really on GJ. Yeah, 15 is just printing side by side. Oh, testing. Yeah, whole numbers, right, Alexi? Same. I don't know. Like 250 doesn't really respect to me. Yeah, 2468 especially.
They respect 20, 80, 50, and 0.
20, 50, 80, 0. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's mostly the whole numbers that I know for sure. Like,
Yeah.
the exact numbers I'm not sure, but I'll just
Whole
watch out for
number-
all the whole numbers.
A whole number on all pairs, but on GJ on yen pairs, 20 and 80 also. See, this is 20, and 80 is a bit above, but you will see some rejection over there.
Yep, might have a gray box. Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah, around that area.
I see this entry, right? This big candle can only be taken as an impulse. Like, that's all I saw. Impulse in anticipation of the London open volume to push it down. But there wasn't a confirmation. Not even on the 15, I think. Okay. I've been in sales on GJ. I'm in sales for over an hour. Went out and came back. Your position is still open. Yeah, GJ did nothing. It's ranging. See, on the 30, right? It's doing nothing. Nothing. Yeah, but on the lower time frames, it's just going sideways, especially on the 15. But this looks promising. My name is not Elf. I'm not tiny. I am, what's this? I don't think I'm tiny anyway. At least. I am 164 cm in feet. What's this? I'm 5'3", 4. If you use this. I'm not tiny. TP's at 280. Yeah, that looks good. I think it looks good. Range cost of upcoming BOJ. Oh, Asia has BOJ. Oh, okay. Interest rate. Alright. BP, you impulsed in? It's alright, Grant. Do I have to watch the candlesticks all day? No. So I usually just trade at the volume timing. So London Open. If I take trades during London Open, then I'll just stream. No trades for me. So London Open, New York Stock Exchange, and the 4-hour close. So it's around 9 AM Eastern and possibly London close. So these 3 timings, that's what I trade. In between, I'm just doing my own thing. I'm not watching the candles, and I don't really like to use buy sell limits. I prefer to have like control on my entries. Cool prank. I think I would rather you save till you have 100 and then you start trading. Bye, Evan. Final TP 136. Thanks, A-Rod. Yeah. I don't know why, but doesn't affect me anymore because I think once you understand how GJ moves, right, you know it will come back for you. So just gotta wait. Would be solid if we could close below this 15 minus support. I agree, Julian. I agree.
Seems like they're waiting for something.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it, right?
There's no news.
Yeah, I know, right? It's just going sideways, so I'm like, that's why I keep flicking to this website to see, like, am I missing something?
Yeah.
It's just stuck.
It's like waiting for Asia to open.
Yeah, so
it's
like
the same price action.
I actually don't. Yeah, I'm not sure though. Yeah, but we'll see. Either way, if this 1 hour closes bullish, right, I'm just gonna cut half, just in case. So 5 more minutes.
Yeah, if it closes bullish,
I'm just gonna cut half. If not, it's just gonna dance. Because if I cut half, right, then at least I don't potentially lose that much. New York Stock Exchange already open, Ken?
Yeah.
Yeah, already open. Next week, then it goes later. This week is only the UK daylight savings. Yeah, it's ranging too long. Dodgy. If this goes to TP, we definitely deserve the win. Yes, man. My god.
If you see this higher low, higher low, higher low, lower low, lower low, and lower low, lower low, lower low, lower low, should drop.
Hopefully. If the 1 hour closes bearish, then I have hope. I see the light.
Yeah.
It's the 1 hour. It's really the 1 hour.
Yeah. You got 1 minute 50 left. 1 minute 40.
I know, right? It's testing my patience. Oh, what I meant to say was testing value area low of New York yesterday. Which this one? Yesterday. Oh yeah, this area here. Yep. I think I'm gonna have to cut half. Better to cut half now than when I did. Yeah, at least like a little in profit, just a tiny bit. Oh look, it's giving. Oh okay, no closed half then. GG, come on. No, yeah, I didn't cut. Don't worry, I didn't cut. Let's go, GG. So let's see. Yeah, this 15-minute broke finally out of this mini consolidation area, finally closed lower. Let's go guys, let's go. Really liking the 30. Yeah, so Rob, earlier I saw the 30 as well. So like this 30-minute, right? This candle here. This one closed. Sure, it didn't really close below 400. But then when it pulled back, right? And it flipped within the first 15 minutes, I was like, oh, it's doing exactly what like my normal 30-minute candle would do. So I was like, okay, fine. I'll put a quarter risk on it. Because I also saw that the 1 hour was gonna close nicely as well. And then it chopped. How much can you potentially make? You know, it depends on your position sizing. So for example, you can play around with this calculator. Again, it depends on your position size, it depends on your trade setup. So if you have a $10,000 account, you risk 1%. For example, this stop loss is what, 15? So there you go, $100 on GJ for 10 pips. Sorry, for 15 pips. If you make, so like in this case, I'm going for like the 40 pips, right? So just multiply accordingly. So 40 will give me, yeah, whatever the math is. Yeah, Mr. Brightside, I go till London close. I take a break during Raja's stream, so it's not too bad. It's New York, the new Asian session.
Hey guys.
Hello, Zhao. Are you in anything?
No, I was I entered the trade earlier, but I entered before Raja.
Oh, okay.
Because I was basing my analysis on the 1 hour formation.
Yeah.
And I did good.
Yep.
I didn't get the 10, but it was around 8s. So it's okay.
Yeah, I need a win is good today, man. Today is just so tough.
The last 2 weeks for me have been really tough.
Yeah.
You still in?
Yeah, I'm still in. Okay. I'm hanging by a thread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very random.
Yeah. It's ranging on the 30, ranging on the 15. And then the 1 hour did, sure, it closed bearish, but it's not like the best bearish candle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no time frame that you can get inspiration from at this moment.
Yeah, I know, right? How is risk ratio determined? So if you have a 15 pips stop loss and you are going for 40 pips, that's 2.5 risk reward. What if you don't have a stop loss and instead manually stop it when you want to? I don't suggest it. I usually have a hard stop in place, because if you don't have a stop loss, I mean, unless you're like super disciplined, you can close it. But yeah, it's just up to you. But usually you would measure your risk, right? So there's that, you won't be having a risk like all the way here, because it makes no sense, because your risk reward is negative. So you definitely would have like some kind of place where you would cut it. Nah, I can't drink coffee now, so I stopped drinking coffee in the afternoon. Last time I used to drink it, I never slept at night. My god. The hour close good. No, it closed weak, to be honest, which I hate. It's not the best close. Streaming till 1. Depends. If I hit stops on this, then we'll see. Probably we'll see. Do I think GJ could go back into the range before it drops? He keeps going back. So yeah, it's playing at this 4 hour zone. Yeah, Future Way, look, everyone's telling you to go off, man. Everyone knows 7 losses is too much. Go off, please. Save your account for another day. 7 is too much. If you look at the 1 hour, the lower wicks are forming a higher low. Yep, I see it. I do see it. This one now as well. But Let's look at the lower time frame. It's basically stuck at 400. It has been chopping. So I really cannot tell you a direction now, to be honest. Bye, Mikey. Weak, but it still closed bearish, which is good. Yeah, I mean, it still keeps me in the trade, but I'm definitely watching it. Am I more financially successful since I changed from doing advising and now full-time trading? Depends. So that was a job, right? So I had salary. And that was commission based. So it's not a fair comparison, I would say. Oh, this one broke above the, what's this? 30-minute highs. Okay. Yeah, if it breaks again, breaks this 30-minute highs, right, I'll cut half. So I'm watching my broker, my MT5. What's that screen drawing tool? Oh, I'm using Zoom. Yeah, Khan is not really important. But if you wanna stalk my wins and count it, I honestly don't count it. You can go to my Instagram and have fun with it. Yeah, I really don't count it. So you can go count it. 2% risk. Those that I didn't write is 1%. Yeah. So. Yep, I cut half. Pum, pum, pum. Oops. I hope they remove it. It's troublesome. But then we still have the US having it, so. Hey John, it's not going well today. If trade goes my way, where will I look to add extra positions? I don't think I'll add on this trade. I'll wait for like some kind of proper resistance to form off 136,400. I wouldn't just add it just because this one flipped. Nah. Not with the way GJ is trading this week. All the best traders I know lose their trades, even you. It means there's no logic those days. No, just sometimes price just doesn't go the way you think it goes based on your analysis. It's just probabilities. So if anyone has a 100% hit rate, good for them. I don't. Thank you, Sasha. So manage the losses, yeah, guys. It's really, GJ is being very, very rangy and very wicky. So candles going with like a very small middle body and like large wicks top and bottom, right? It shows indecision to me. So clearly the buyers and sellers are fighting. So the buyers are trying to push the price up, but they keep getting pushed down by the sellers. And the sellers are trying to sell it, then they keep getting pushed up by the buyers. So they are fighting. So that's why I'm going to just reduce first. I hope the best win for you. I hope it wins for everyone because I'm not the only one in this. Entered the trade at 433. Let's see if this works. 433. Was there resistance? If anyone's trading Asia tomorrow, right? So just be careful because if you're trading Asia and then there's yen interest rates that come out later on. What day is it? Yeah. If it comes out later on, right? Usually the market waits until the news is out. So just be careful if anyone's taking Asia. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, this one. So just be careful. So it could be like what Evan said, the interest rates giving us problems, but the BOJ has not adjusted their rates in like forever. So I think it's going to be a non-event, to be frank. Weekly chart tells the story of ranging, yeah, because these last few candles here, it's trading within itself. How big is this? Yeah. I got sell stocks for another entry at 300. Where's your TP? And where's your stop loss? I think that's just nice 10. I mean, I get that you're trying to get this clean candle, but you might have to TP even earlier. Then if you wanted to do it, then possibly I think your self-sub should be below the wick, right? Because you're anticipating that price will clear. But it's risky. Risky, but I see the potential. So if you wanna risk it, then probably. Yeah, tough. It's literally a 1-to-1 if you put it above the wick high. Oh, let's go. Moves happen around 7 to 7:30. That will be Frankfurt Open, right? I think. I know Frankfurt opens like 1 hour earlier. Pew! Pew pew. Let's go. Smack the TP one, please. Let's go. When will I go break even? Let me see. I think it depends. Sharif, it depends on your risk. So for me, once I hit TP1, I'll be at break even. Yeah, but depends on your risk appetite and your trading platform. Your trading plan, my god. Yeah, so because this is my TP1, my final TP is 136. So once I tap this, I'll be 50% out, which is tiny now. So this was 50%, so I'm left with 1%. So I'll cut 0.5 here. Yeah, Rob, I totally agree with you. At least this one moved. Yesterday's London close trade didn't even move. My god. Yeah, so there's more than 10 already. So those guys who are in it and you aim for 10, please don't be greedy, because it might also bounce. So I'm aiming for this area here. Okay, maybe it's a bit this area here. Tap it and then yeah, that's my half. Yep, so I closed some. I'm finally at BE. My god. Yeah, Lee, that took a while. That really took a while. Right, so my stop loss is at break even. Everybody. Nice. Congratulations, everyone. Very nice patience. Very nice risk management. My god. Good job. So, oops, wrong arrow. Thank you, Wilfred. Hope you caught it. My final TP is 136, but no one needs to follow me. Right, because this is strong, right? It's a 30-minute support rejected many times. So please take some here, please. Wow, Julian, nice. At least you are positive. That's a win, man. Especially on today. Bye, Luke. Do I stream daily? What time? Check the YouTube description. Do I think it will go down even further? Yes, till 136, but I only have 10% left of my trade. Where would be best price for impulse entry? Luliana, I don't see any new support forming or new resistance forming, so if you wanted to impulse entry, it's super risky now because you're catching it right at the bottom. If you wanted the impulse entry, it had to be off the top here. Off this, once it passed this wick, you should have impulse entry in. Yeah. So entering now here on this impulse is death. So please don't. Let it pull back, create some kind of resistance again, then maybe you consider your impulse. If you close it at break even because of that nasty range, yeah. Nice, Rob. Congratulations. Yeah, Mujahid, you get why like the area for the impulse should be higher, right? Not so low. So, yeah. Nice. Congratulations. Took all profits at 210. Nice. You weren't greedy. Very, very good. Ooh, I see a lot of new names. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for your kind words. Right, so my trade explanation is all on the chart. If you guys have any questions, just let me know. I only trade GJ for now, so if you need me to check other charts, just let me know. I mean, just send a chart. Then. This took too long for comfort. Yes, very, very true. Because a 1 hour candle, when it closed strong like this, below 400, which was my 4 hour zone, right? It should have just gone, but it didn't. So that's when I look to manage. Thank you, Marina. I entered the trade later, so I haven't waited that long. Yeah.
Whoa, GJ.
Welcome back.
Oh my god. You see, it went above the previous 30-minute candle and then drop.
Yeah. Grab that liquidity from there.
Yeah.
And then it went, no more sellers, bam. And then it came back down.
I told you it was gonna go to this area at least.
Yeah. Yep. 100%.
Very nice trade, Eleanor.
Man, you just scared me.
You need patience.
Jao woke up. He's like,
yeah.
You gave me a shock too.
Totally.
Who needs coffee when you have BP doing that?
Oh, sorry, man.
No, it's okay.
No worries.
I was out. I opened my, you know, The
phone.
MT4, I said, whoa. Yeah. I didn't expect this.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Where to add positions? So this is some kind of minor support. If you miss the trade you're looking to enter, let it form resistance, let it break first, form resistance, then you take it down to 136. But if it doesn't, don't chase it because it's dangerous. And wiki, I think the entries, I take it a little similar to Raja, but I definitely don't manage it like Raja. Raja would never eat a, what's that, how many pips stop loss? He would never have a 15 pip stop loss, that's number one. He would never take a 1 hour entry, that's number two. So it's a bit different. Yeah, guys, if you're not in, don't get in yet, because you're getting it at the lows at previous support. Let it form resistance, then we'll try and look to get it. What's the news? Let me check. Yeah, there's no news, not that I can see. Can someone explain why there are gaps between the candles? Okay, so petals. The reason why I use Owender's chart, right? So if you look at it, it opens and closes at the same time. So sometimes it's because of spread or just the market makers. It's just how they price it. So if you look at Owender, they try to price it as close to each other as possible. That's why you see the opens and closes of the candles around the same. But if you look at, like, for example, I think FXCM has gaps, and that's also why I don't use it. It has gaps and the open and closes are not the same. So yeah, see, I don't like this. I can't really trade like this. Even like for myself, my broker doesn't. Yeah, the open and closes are fairly similar. Yeah, Matthias, go ahead.
Hey Al, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What's up?
Okay, just a quick question. You've also got, you use the magic keys, right?
Yeah.
I was in this trade as well. Before I jumped on the stream, I also jumped in on the trade. And I put my partial TP just where it wicked down. But what happened was it hit partial TP, it moved all my stops to break even, but then it wicked up a bit, then it wicked back down, and then it started dropping my lot size.
Yeah, because it closed your partial TP.
Yeah, so I say I've got it on set to close 70%. So it closed 70% of the trade when it hit my partial, but then it wicked up a little bit, then it went back down and it carried on closing until I had a 0-1 lot.
Oh, how many times did you press partial TP?
Just once.
Oh. Okay.
So do you when your partial TP is hit, do you delete the partial TP on your MetaTrader?
No, it just disappears on its own.
So is mine maybe open more than once?
Yeah, that's why. Okay, have you updated your magic keys? So when you click
Yes,
partial TP, is there that
I
black
have
box?
the latest. Yes, correct. Yes.
So how many lines are on the black box?
So
earlier,
for instance, earlier on, I had 3 trades open, so I executed 3 times.
Yeah.
And then I had 3 partial TPs on that box.
Oh, that's why it closed 3 times.
So are you telling me if I even open 5 trades and I hit partial TP, I must only have 1 line?
Yes. So if you have 5 trades, right, on one terminal, it closes everything. So it closes 70% across the board.
Because I know that you can say change symbol on the keypad, and it selects which trade you want to close at what partial TP. I thought that you could have multiple partial TPs, but obviously it's affecting all of. So I had 3 partial TPs. It obviously took it across all of my trades.
Yes, it does.
Oh, so I must just have 1 in the box.
Yes. So you have 5 trades open, 1 partial. So if you want to have, like, for example, TP, like maybe say TP1 here, TP2 here, TP3, right? You can have 3 lines in the black box. So it will just close out 20% of your overall position. So example, if your overall position is like 5 lots in total, it will close off. Maybe this one you wanted to close 2, it will close 2 here, 2 here, then 1 here.
Okay, and so what happens if you have 3 trades open at different price levels, and you want TP to be at 10 pips for each price level? It can't do that.
No, it can't.
Okay, sorry, man. I didn't know that. I thought it was for each execution. So, okay. Well, thank you so much for helping me there.
No worries.
And listen, keep it up, eh? Sure, your stream is amazing.
Right, thank you. I see you every
Awesome,
day.
cheerio. Yes, thanks.
Right,
Okay,
thank you.
bye.
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 I have a sell at 45. Oh, so high, nice. Do I hold or close? Andrew, like, there's some kind of strong support here. That's why I closed the bulk of my trade. But if we look left, so if you have not secured, then I mean I secured here because this is a support level where price did a strong push up on the 1 hour. But then again, if you look left, there's also a potential of it coming down further. So you need to see how much you want to leave for the runner. I'm not willing to leave a lot because I took a loss earlier, so I want to cover that one first. But I did leave like a tiny 10%. Yeah, so if the 1 hour, like this is the latest 1 hour candle, if it closes below its own support, then yes, 136 should be possible. More possible, at least. Oh, Bob, finally someone noticed. Yes, I did. It's too damn hot. I chopped off my hair. I was stopped out before that big drop as I trailed my stop above the 30 minutes. Isn't it a good idea in general to trail the stop above 30-minute candles? I think, Daniel, it depends on your management style, right? Like for me, I only trail my stop when I'm at break even. Yeah. So like for example now, this is break even. So if price, like how I would trail is just 2 candles back, 30-minute high. So if it comes here, then I'll get stopped out. But obviously I want to wait for it to move further into profit before I start trailing. I don't trail right from the start actually. But GJ has been really wicky today, like this week. So like I hope you put it like with buffer with your spread, because it's been so wicky. Ooh. So loud. If I close my trade because of retracement, yes, it tapped my stop loss. So I'm full out. If I don't close my trade, am I not losing profits? It's a paper. It would be paper gains, yes, but the risk is if it goes into the stop loss area, then and it hits my final stop, then that's not good. So I would rather close it in profits here. How much is the possibility that the next candle is bearish? I don't know. So you might want to watch for price not to break back above 400 if you're still considering the shorts. What's this? Ooh, should listen to this later. Poker. Trading nut. Bye, Scarlett. I think touch all podcasts have a clickbait title because it's to entice you to watch it. Even on YouTube, everyone has clickbait. It's to make you want to click. They gotta lure you in, right? So like, amazing video podcast studio. It's all clickbait. It's like an advertisement. Runner stopped at BE. Oh, how much did you secure here? I think you said... Oh, 75. 75 is okay. Overall, were you profitable in this trade? So like for me, mine wasn't, so my entire trade when it's supposed to be like this much of profits, 40, right? But only because I closed half and whatever that I did earlier on, I only end up with 11. Yeah. Yeah, as long as it's not a loss. So yeah, like what I said today, if I end up break even, right, I'm happy. I am plus 2 pips. Can you please how many pips did I lose today? I gained 2 pips. So technically it's like break even, I think. Can you please explain the 1 hour candle, how it closed? 1 hour candle, not super strong. So it made lower highs. So it's still, so the good thing is it's still closing below the 4 hour zone, which is what you want to see if you're trying to go short. So if we look at the highs, they are going lower. So are the lows. This one is fine, ignore it, but so are the lows. So yeah, it's not the strongest because the body is really small. This is a strong bullish candle, this one. These two are not. Do I still have position? Nope, more. I got closed out at break-even when this candle retraced. Would it be a good idea to have an impulse entry if price breaks below 1.5? Then where would your stop be, Martinez? Like above here? Above this area? So let's say we took an impulse entry when it breaks the low, so that would be about maybe 16 pips of stop for 20. Yeah. Stop loss would be a problem, correct. And I don't like the fact that this resistance is floating off nothing. So I would rather the bodies, like I would prefer if the bodies were like nearer, so like forming off. Yeah. I think NU should be cheap, right? It's a major. But NU... Oh, you want to buy this now? Oh. It has already gone. Let's see. I mean, there's clean candles here, but if you chase it... Oh man. No. Just wait for... Let some kind of support form, then take it. Don't chase it. It's dangerous. If you chase it, then where's your stop gonna be? Yeah. No. Stop loss just below the last 4-hour candle. Oh, okay. I guess it could work. Technically, on the 4-hour, this candle, this one broke above its consolidation. Ideally, the best entry should be here, but yeah. How many pips am I up? 2 pips. So I took the first trade with this is today. Excuse me. So I hit the first trade with 1% risk. This one was 2. So technically I'm still up a little bit because of risk management. But it's not the best. Obviously, it's not big profits. Yeah, GU is trying to go up, correct? Because if we look at the 1 hour, right? This high was higher than this area here, so it might continue going up, and it has been making higher lows. So could be also the reason why GJ is having some trouble. There is probability GU up, GJ down. Less likely, because you need to understand how GJ forms. So GJ is made up of GBP USD times USD JPY. Yep. So you need to understand how it forms. So when this is up, technically this has to be up as well, right? Because that's the pound component of the pair. But UJ is down. Yeah, let me see. But UJ is down, yes, but in terms of their movements, right, it's not the same. Because if you look at the entire range on UJ, is 40 pips. But if you look at the range on GU, right, let's say we just take this low to this high, is 50 plus, so it's not exactly equal. Yeah. But then again, if you just like, if you keep it simple, GU going up is definitely not good for GJ. It's gonna cause some problems if you're trying to trade it down. This and that, and then you also see a strong 30-minute support here. So if you wait for some kind of resistance off this area on the 30-minute time frame, potentially you could get a trade back down to this area. But look at how many times he rejected and rejected again. Is this the end of the GA sell? Yes, once it goes back into this range, right? Yeah. Bye bye. I think you just literally turn off the charts and just go rest. So, if this 30-minute closes inside the range, I'll probably end the stream. Right. So, anyone trading in the range, be careful. This is a no trade zone for me. And those who are trading dollar pairs, be careful because Donald Trump is having a rally later. Right. So yeah, we'll see how this 30-minute candle closes. If it closes in the range, then that's the end of the stream. Not looking to take any more trades anyway. Planning to join the Zoom. Yeah, Malcolm, the streams are still live every day. You might not need Zoom. Unless you want to turn on your mic and speak to me. But my community is not that big, so I do actually answer most of the questions, except like if you ask USD JPY buy or sell, I already stated I don't trade it. If you need me to look at a chart, I'm happy to do so. Yeah, those I don't answer. Malcolm, my YouTube chat is quite nice really. Raja's YouTube chat is nasty. The people inside are scary. Ooh. Flip bullish. Yeah, I don't know about that Sylvester. Like, I don't really like thinking about it. I just react to what price is telling me. So I'll see how it closes tomorrow. Because right now, if I look at what GJ has shown, right, on the daily, it has gone, this is the previous resistance, this is lower, this is also lower. So effectively, it might come down to 136. So we'll see. Maybe you can buy it above 600. Yeah, maybe. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. I think Asia will range because BOJ has a meeting, interest rate meeting tomorrow. So we have to see what it does. yeah, trade what you see, don't trade what you think, because there's a lot of outcomes that can happen. What is your advice on someone who has a losing streak and is on the verge of overtrading? Take time off the charts. So for example, if like for me last time, if I had Monday loss, Tuesday loss, if Wednesday I'm also losing, right, now I'll just go off for the week already, and I'll come back the following week on Monday. Just you have to move away from the charts. The longer you sit there, the more like, everything looks like it's an entry. So then you would even think like, oh, it's going back to the range. I probably can take this entry here and then go to the top of the range and then death to the account. So just close the charts. You have a lot more days to trade. But if your account blows up, then you don't have a lot more trades to trade. So GG is not the easiest this week. So just go off. Yep. Like for me today, I didn't have the best results, so I'm not even gonna try looking for a third trade. That's why I'm calling the stream. I'm ending the stream earlier. Hopefully you guys go take a break as well. Yeah, Jocelyn, don't trade it anymore. This is disgusting. It's a range. If not, everything will look like an entry. Just, yeah, I'm journaling already. My MT5 is already closed. How do I get a background like that? Like this gradient thing? Oh, on Zoom? You can just search any random picture. And then when you go to, so for example, I just found some random picture, like maybe island. So let's say I use this. Let's just save it. Then save it. Then I use it under this area. Choose virtual background, then you can change it. So now I will change my island. Ta-da! I'm in the middle of the sea. Yeah. You can use Unsplash. Their photos usually are quite clear. Yep. So I have not taken trades today. Has been a hard day. Yeah, Tamim, that trade was not fun to stay in. So honestly, the reward was, yeah, I'm glad it ended up profitable, but it wasn't the best. So not losing today is a good thing. Is this news? Yeah, Trump is tweeting. I don't like it. And that's also why I'm not trading GU. Because he just keeps tweeting. Look, this. And then earlier, like, what, 20 minutes ago, this. Every day. And he has a rally later. So, anyone trading dollar pairs, be careful. Looks like gold is about to break out. Not sure if it's related to that tweet. Let's see. Real polls have us winning everywhere. Gold should be dropping. Oh no, it's not. If Trump wins, it's good for dollar, right? So if it's good for dollar, gold should drop. When London closes, can you still trade GJ? Yeah, pick beats. You can trade it anytime, because it's just once London is gone, there's a lot less volatility. So if you look at how the candles close, how the candles form after London closes, right? So London close is this area here. So if I make it smaller, let's see, on the 1 hour. So yeah, so if you look at this whole area here yesterday, junk, it went sideways. Same thing on the previous day. Where is it? 12:1. Yeah, junk just went sideways, here sideways, so there's no volume. This is not worth to trade. So from here to here, yeah, it looks like 25, but look how long you have to wait, and then risk getting stopped out for 25 on this candle. So I wouldn't suggest it. Just stick to like times when there's volume, and you'll make your trading a lot easier. The rest of the times, just go off and enjoy your day. London only closing in 90 minutes. Yep, but I'm ending the stream early because GJ is going back into the range, so I'm not trading this area. Anyone wants to trade this area, good luck. Just be careful. Right. Okay, if there's no more questions, then I will end the stream. Right. Farewell, farewell, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Zhao.
CL.
See you.
See you. Bye bye.
Bye.